Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting with the Housing Authority on Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. Before we begin, please join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin each of our meetings with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes all of you joining us this evening, both in person and virtually, and we encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing in this chamber tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we call home. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to each other and to all of those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you all. And now if you'd please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all. Madam Clerk, if you have found your seat, please conduct the roll call.
I will. Councilmember Mullins. Here. Councilmember Perez.
Present.
Councilmember Takahashi.
Present.
Vice Mayor Schultz.
Present.
And Mayor Anthony, noting the absence of Mayor Anthony.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'd like to advise the community that there will be 6 periods of public comment tonight. You heard that correct? There will be 6 periods of public comment. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period, and the public comment period for each for the public hearing tonight. Additional in-person only public comment will be allowed after each report to City Council, and that will be after the public hearing. The first general public comment period is for any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item except for the public hearing. If you wish to provide a public comment by telephone, please call now by dialing 818-238-3335. The second public comment period, which we'll announce when we get that later, is for the public hearing tonight. And to comment by phone on that public hearing, we will let you know when the appropriate time to dial in is. Before we go forward, we have 4 announcements this evening.
October 17, 2023. Attention Burbank renters and property owners. On September 12th, Burbank City Council adopted tenant protections for renters facing no-fault just cause eviction notices due to demolition and substantial remodels. The ordinance requires landlords to obtain permits prior to construction and provide 3 months of relocation assistance to tenants impacted by a no-fault just cause eviction. To view the full ordinance, please visit burbankca.gov/tenant protections. Join the Parks and Recreation Department for a spooky good time this Halloween season. Kick off the fun at our Harvest of Horror maze on October 20th and 21st from 7 to 9:30 p.m. at the Starlight Bowl. If you prefer non-spooky activities, we have plenty of events that are perfect for the whole family. Halloween Skate Fest, our Little Pumpkins Top Party, and our Halloween Carnival give you the perfect opportunity to show off your Halloween spirit. All events feature fun games, activities, and opportunities to win lots of yummy treats. For details and to register, visit burbankparks.com. Burbank Parks and Recreation Department, in partnership with the Valley Cultural Foundation and the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, presents the Fall Festival, A Night in the Park, on Saturday, November 18th, starting at 2 p.m. at Johnny Carson Park. This free festival will feature food trucks, art vendors, and live performances. At 5 p.m., there will be a showing of Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, celebrating the film's 30th anniversary. See you there! Community is invited to attend an information meeting on the Aleppo Pine Reforestation Strategy. This meeting will take place on Wednesday, November 1st at 6 p.m. at the Buena Vista Library. For more information about the reforestation strategy, visit burbankca.gov/city reforestation. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, and with that, we do have 4 presentations that we'll be making tonight. And I want to begin by just acknowledging that October 16th, proud to say, was Disney Day in the city of Burbank, and we have a very special guest with us. I don't want to get any of the kids' hopes up. I don't think Mickey showed up, but we do have someone almost as great as Mickey. Before we call this very special person up, I believe we have a video to play. If we could roll that now.
Open your eyes.
Think of the one place you've always wanted to see.
This is where our magic comes from?
They say if you dream a thing more than once,
Please, please, please.
it's sure to come true.
Everything you see exists together in the great circle of life.
There are stories about what happened.
It's true. All of it.
In every job that must be done, there is an element of fun.
I told you she was tricky.
Life is full of possibilities. What do you want to be remembered for?
The world is in our hands. And we gotta do something with it.
I just want to say a word of thanks to all the artists, the workers, and all of you. The young and the young at heart. You helped make this dream come true.
It's really hard to believe that it's already been 100 years since Walt Disney's dream started right here in the city of Burbank. But let's hope that the next 100 years will be just as successful as the first 100. I have faith. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, to help me in presenting this proclamation recognizing Disney Day, I'd like to invite Vice President of Government Relations, Lisa Pitney from Disney.
Thank you very, very much, Vice Mayor Schultz. How exciting is this? For 100 years, the Walt Disney Company's passion has been creating timeless stories and unforgettable characters that have entertained and inspired people of all ages. And while we have grown from that first humble beginning as a cartoon studio into a global entertainment and media company, we are so very proud to be headquartered right here in Burbank. All of us at Disney cherish our long-standing relationship with the city of Burbank, with the city leadership, with the community, with all of you. Thank you so much for helping us to commemorate this absolutely momentous milestone. Thank you, everyone.
And now it's with really great distinction and honor that I present this proclamation to you, Lisa, and the entire Disney team. I'll read it out loud for everyone to hear. Whereas from its humble beginnings as a cartoon studio founded by Walt and Roy Disney on October 16, 1923, the Walt Disney Company has grown into the world's premier entertainment company, providing timeless storytelling for the entire family. Whereas Walt Disney pioneered the art of animation through the early 20th century, developing comic shorts like Steamboat Willie, and creating iconic and universally beloved characters that have become signatures of the Disney brand, including Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, Goofy, and my favorite, Pluto. And whereas the early days of Disney Studios revolutionized the film industry with the first ever feature-length animated films, including Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, and Fantasia, setting the standard of quality, creativity, and innovation that continues to define Disney storytelling today. And whereas in 1940, the Walt Disney Studio moved from its outpost in the Silver Lake neighborhood of Los Angeles to Burbank, where the company expanded its footprint in news, sports, live-action feature films, and theme parks, while continuing to spearhead the way in movie-making, family entertainment, and philanthropic endeavors. And whereas Walt Disney imagined a new kind of entertainment experience that families could enjoy together, and with the help of Walt Disney Imagineering, opened Disneyland in 1955. Sorry to say Burbank missed the boat on that one, but still a great place to be. And of course, Walt Disney World in 1971, attracting millions of visitors each year and ultimately bringing Walt Disney stories to life around the globe through theme parks and resorts, cruise and vacation experiences, and of course, consumer products. And whereas today, the Walt Disney Company, together with its stories and characters, is one of the world's most beloved entertainment and media brands that shapes our lives through the Walt Disney Animation Studios, Pixar Animation Studios, Marvel Studios, Lucasfilm, 20th Century Studios, ESPN, ABC, Disney Channel, Disney Plus, Hulu, National Geographic, and I think there's probably a few more I've forgotten there. And whereas the Walt Disney Company has become part of the fabric of the Burbank community, supporting our city through jobs, expanding the boundaries of volunteerism, community engagement, and philanthropy, and seeking to bring joy to children and families throughout the world. And whereas this momentous anniversary marks the many contributions of the Walt Disney Company and cements its status as an icon of American culture, as the company celebrates 100 years, it looks forward to the next century of innovation, entertainment, and inspiring storytelling for every family member to enjoy. Now, therefore, I, Vice Mayor Nick Schultz, on behalf of Constantine Anthony, our mayor, and the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and honor the Walt Disney Company on their 100th anniversary by designating Monday, October 16th, 2023, as Disney Day in the city of Burbank. Congratulations. Give it up for Disney one more time. And Madam City Clerk, I see it's about 6:31. I'll note the arrival of Mayor Anthony and hand it over to him.
All right, how'd it go? Did you burn the place down without me? Sorry. No? Okay. All right, sorry. Apologize for the tardiness. Okay, so, I made it just in time. This is exciting. As part of Employee Appreciation Week, the City of Burbank is recognizing the outstanding contributions and accomplishments of its 2023 Firefighter, Police Officer, and Employee of the Year. So, first, we'd like to recognize the City of Burbank's 2023 Firefighter of the Year. Let's welcome up Firefighter Miller. Where is this? Where's our, there we are, okay. Come on up, come on up, come on up. All right, take a stand, sit right here. All right. First things first, we're going to get our Fire Chief, Danny Alvarez, to come up and say a few words. Chief Alvarez, where are you at? Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, he's in his seat. That's right. All right, here, you hold this for right now, and then he's going to talk about you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Garrett Miller was a unanimous selection for Firefighter of the Year by our awards committee. Garrett reflects the Burbank Fire Department's core value within the community and between the members of the department. This is exemplified in his patient care, as countless messages have been shared regarding his outstanding service. He takes every opportunity to improve our department, as well as help others perfect their craft, by doing things like mentoring paramedic trainees and serving as a peer instructor for our recruit academies. Garrett has a deep passion for firefighter behavioral health and wellness. He recently assumed the BFD Peer Support Program and will be launching the department's first chaplain program. He exhibits humility and epitomizes the very essence of excellence in all that he does. And I'd just like to say, on a personal note, one of the things that impresses me so much about Garrett Miller is his leadership and his ability to affect positive change within our organization and within others. Over the last several years, the fire department has undergone a significant cultural shift, specifically related to our approach to firefighter behavioral health and wellness, where we've become much more proactive as opposed to reactive. And having a cultural change in an organization like the fire service that's entrenched in tradition can be extremely difficult. And Garrett has absolutely been a leader in changing that culture within our organization, which to me speaks volumes about his leadership and his ability to positively influence others. Garrett is truly one of the most genuine and compassionate people I've ever met in my life. It is a tremendous honor to know him, to work with him, and I'm extremely grateful for him being part of our organization. This is an extremely well-deserved award. And as I close up, I'd just like to say, when you have a firefighter as dedicated and committed to their craft and to this organization as Garrett Miller, it takes a tremendous amount of sacrifice from his family, who's here with us tonight. So I'd like to thank Amy, his wife, his daughter Sammy, and Will and John. Thank you for all your sacrifice, and thanks for being here.
So I'm gonna give you the microphone. I need you to tell us who these people are, who you brought with you, what's going on, and how the team's treating you and the job.
Okay, yes, sir. Well, thank you all very much for the applause. It's much appreciated. If I were to give a thank you first and foremost, my amazing and beautiful wife is here. I joke, I'm just gonna slide this here for a second, because as much as my coworkers and Chief Alvarez said some very nice things about me, if the award could go anywhere, my wife is the motivation behind almost everything I do. She's incredible. She cares more about our fire department than you guys know. She's constantly asking me about what we can do to improve things. She prays for our firefighters. She's mentoring other wives and just constantly being thoughtful of them. So thank you, honey, for being there and being my best back. And then this is Will. Will, wave hi. He's my oldest son. He's 7. He was actually born on day 5 of my fire academy. So he's been with us for our entire career. He was very fun and pleasant during a fire training academy. This is Jonathan. He's 5. He's the joy of our family. He's our sensitive, loving one. And then our sweet Spitfire Samantha, who's turning 3 in 3 days. So. Only other thing I can say is I just wanted to say a huge thank you to my crew that came out and supported us tonight, to the City Council. I know you guys are very well aware, but I believe it. I really do. I believe it in all my heart that the fire department is some of the greatest human beings that I've ever gotten to be around. It's why I feel so motivated to care for them and love on them and serve them. You want to solve any problem in the world, come to a fire station coffee table and you'll have people with master's degrees, former teachers, contractors, construction workers. I mean, they can really do it all. And the men and women that I get to work with are just absolutely incredible. Special thank you to just a couple of mentors that have poured into me a lot in my career that are here is Captain Eric Johnson, Captain Cameron Serwin, not able to be here on Engine 13 tonight, Captain Jim Goldstein, and then Engineer Steve Naleski, and then 3 of the best partners I could ever work for, firefighter paramedic Nick Ramos, firefighter paramedic now engineer Andrew Whitehead, and firefighter paramedic Kyler Sauer. So these people are amazing. It's an honor, it's a blessing to serve the city and to serve the fire department. So thank you so much.
I'm going to have, if you could come up, Chief. Do me a favor, stand right here. Put the kids right in front. Chief, get on one side over here. I'm going to hold this. There we go.
Right here, big smile. 1, 2, 3. Lucas, a little bit of this. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, all right, great. Okay. Oh, that's all right. Next, we're going to recognize the 2023 Police Officer of the Year. This one's a little tricky because Officer Martinez is not able to join us. Officer Martinez is the Police Officer of the Year. But accepting the certificate on his behalf, we're going to get Police Captain Puglisi up here. Captain Puglisi, hello, how are you? Good to see you. So we've got a certificate, but we've got a guy on the clock. So if you want to say some words, let's do that.
Sure. So you kind of stole my thunder. I was going to say I am not Robert Martinez. He's much younger and better looking than I am. So Robert has been with us since 2018, and in 5 short years, he has really embraced our core values of respect, integrity, and excellence. He's worked patrol as a field training officer. He is a member of our SWAT team, and he's currently assigned to our gang detail up in investigations, where during that short tenure, he's managed to participate in over 126 arrests, including getting 40 guns off our streets. So he's a hard worker, he's a great fellow employee, and he's a great example to the community of what public service should be. So he is a little camera shy, so he's not here tonight, but believe me, he greatly appreciates the honor. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. No, Jason, can you take that for me? We'll do it. Thank you. And just real quick, on a personal note, I want to say, in today's society, we can be very critical of police when they do the wrong thing. We need to be equally as celebratory when they're doing the right thing. And Officer Martinez is exactly the kind of police that we need in police departments, and we need to celebrate that. So thank you for coming out. Okay, the big one. This is the big one. We're going to recognize the City of Burbank's 2023 Employee of the Year. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is a huge thing. They get their name downstairs on a list and the picture. It's all great. It's all great. So we're going to get Mr. Sada up here. Let's give a round of applause to Raul. This is very exciting. This is very exciting for us in council as well. But first, I want to get Ken Berkman up here, Public Works Director, to say a few words about Raul Sada.
Thank you, sir. Who is also on the clock. So I'll try and slow it down. I got to say this is quite unexpected and really cool for 2 reasons. One, the nomination came from another department. And 2, it's back-to-back Employees of the Year for Public Works. So there we go there. And that's saying something because the city is chock full of outstanding employees. So huge congrats to you, Raul. A few quick facts about Raul to start. He hails from Cuba, grew up in neighboring Glendale, and served for 12 years as a United States Marine prior to coming to work for the city of Burbank. So thank you for your service, Marine. Yeah. He's a proud grandfather of 5, a passionate surfer, and has been with the city for 13 years. Now, those who nominated Raul had some incredible things to say about him. His strong work ethic and trustworthiness, tremendous pride that he takes in everything that he does, no matter how big or small, or how suddenly it is dropped on his lap. He is always polite, respectful, and responsive to questions and requests. He regularly interacts with council members and the executives and City Hall staff, as well as members of the public, and shows the same courtesy and friendliness to all. He was the police department's custodian for several years before coming back to City Hall and the city manager, city council offices, which was a request, chief, so, had to comply there. I know you guys love them too. He has to assist weekly and sometimes several times a week with council deliveries and meeting setups and cleanups. He never fails at setting things up perfectly and on time. His efforts are a huge reason why the meetings run so smoothly. Greatly appreciated by the city manager and the city council staff. They know Raul has any situation that comes up covered. Now, to me, Raul, this nomination award specifically and fittingly embodies everything Public Works is about. In the words of the nominators, there are certain people who are quiet heroes, who never complain, do the tough jobs without being asked, and always do the right thing even when it isn't the easiest thing to do. Raul, for sure, is a quiet hero who day in and day out does the work without expecting any recognition. However, deservingly, we are here tonight recognizing Raul for his outstanding services to the city. So congratulations to Raul Sada as the city's Employee of the Year. Thank you.
I'll stay up here for a second. All right, before I give the microphone to Raul, because he's very vocal. He's a man of many words, so he's going to talk your ear off. Raul takes care of the city council members, a lot of the executives, and a lot of the hall space you see up here on the second floor. But we get to interact with him very often. He comes to my house and delivers items to me all the time. He has a joy in his work that is just so rare to see. He genuinely loves being a part of all of this. Right before the meeting, he was literally cleaning desks, and we're like, dude, you got to get in. Go. It's your day. I'm almost done. It's incredible to watch him work. He is understanding of all of the... this is a weird job that we have. We do just insane stuff all the time. And he rolls with it. He rolls with it in ways that would drive a normal person mad. But he shows up, he gets it done, and he does it with a smile on his face. And honestly, it helps us do our job. It helps us appreciate the work that we're doing. So personally, and from the rest of the council and the executive staff, this was incredible to see your name put forward, and the fact that you are winning this tonight. We all support this. We are so grateful to have you on the team. You do an excellent job, man. Just really good.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Just thank you for this award. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let's take a photo. Like I said, talk your ear off.
Thank you, sir.
Do not go back to work. What are you doing? I'm serious, this guy. Okay, all right, we got that one. Oh, where's the rest of that script? Oh, I see. Okay, here we go. Okay, so. There it is. Thank you. Without Raul, without Viviana, I don't know what we do up here. It'd fall apart. Okay, so Employee Appreciation Week, we're still in it. At this time, we'd like to honor the hard work of our employees that reached significant service anniversaries. 20, 25, 30, 35, and 45 years of service. We're going to go through them tonight. Every employee that works for the City of Burbank plays a critical role in our organization and our community. This is why it is important that we all recognize and acknowledge their years of service. They are the ones who work hard to ensure the safety of our children, coach our youth, maintain our parks and streets, ensure we have water and power, and provide emergency services when we need them the most. To all the 2023 awardees, I personally am very grateful for your commitment and loyalty to Burbank, as are the rest of council and all of the executive staff. We are extremely delighted and fortunate you are here with your family and your friends to celebrate this momentous milestone. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the employees who could not make it today. I know some of you are still working, but like some folks like Raul are on the clock and still showed up, so take a note out of Raul's book. We thank you for your dedication and notable contributions to the city throughout the years. Okay, let's go through this list. First, we're going to start by acknowledging the employees celebrating the 20 years of service in 2023. You have all of them here? Okay, hello. Hi, you're going to help me out today. Awesome, that's great. When I call your name, please make your way to the podium. We've got Jeff Beckett from Burbank Water and Power. Okay, good job. All right, now stay up here. We're going to take a group photo with everyone. Jeffrey Kaysen, Burbank Water and Power. Jesse Levi from the police department. Jesse Levy. All right. John McGinley, Parks and Rec. Dina Moon, Parks and Rec. Ando Ovasapian, Infotech Department. Lucia Urquiza from the police department. Come on up, come on. Don't stay back there, we got certificates for you. Annie Zargarian from Public Works. All right, let's do a photo real quick. Come on in. All right.
Okay, onto a little bit more in. Okay, right here. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3.
All right. As you take your seats, I do want to say some interesting facts. When they started their job in 2003, they were hired in 2003. Interesting facts about that year. Britney Spears became the youngest singer to receive a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Very fun, very fun. Arnold Schwarzenegger was sworn in as the 38th governor of California that year. And Michael Jordan plays his last game in the NBA. It was 20 years ago, 20 years ago. The big movies that year, Italian Job, Monster, and Finding Nemo. All right. The average gas price in LA 20 years ago, $1.81 a gallon. All right. 25 years, 25 years. Okay. Let's acknowledge employees celebrating 25 years of service. We have, I'm going to start from the bottom up. Kevin Woodruff, IT department. Craig Van Idem from Public Works. Jessica Sandoval from Management Services Department. John Molinar from Public Works. Carrie McAloon from Burbank Water and Power. Maribel Leland from the Community Development Department. Brian Kalustian from Parks and Rec. Donna Jureka from the Police Department. Yeah. And this is a fun one. Our very own city manager, Justin Hess. 25 years. Oh, we do? Oh, I missed one. I did. Hazel Turberadius from the city attorney's office. I'm sorry. Don't forget a city attorney. They'll sue. They will sue. Yeah, come on then. All right, so I'm going to hold you up here. Okay, 25 years ago, all right? You were all hired in 1998. Great year, great year. The minimum wage was $5.75. I don't know if we hired them at that, though. That was the last episode of Seinfeld that year. Billy Crystal hosted the Academy Awards, and Titanic won 11 of them. That's right, including Best Picture. Google was founded in Menlo Park, California that year. And if you don't believe me, you can Google it. All right, let's do a photo together. Squeeze in, squeeze in. I'm going to step forward a little bit. These guys are tall enough.
Okay, ready? 1, 2. And 1, 2.
All right, congratulations. Okay, we're getting down to it here. This is the 30-year mark. For the next portion of the presentation, I'm going to ask up Don Roth-Lindell, BWP's general manager, and the director of Parks and Rec, Marissa Garcia. I want them to come up because we're doing a 30-year celebration. So first up, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to invite Mr. Michael Kazmarek to join me up here. So Mike began his 30-year career this month in 1993 as a construction and maintenance worker for Burbank Water and Power. Due to his incredible work ethic, his ability to problem solve, and his just fun, he's a fun guy to be around. He makes it a good place to work. And his willingness to take on more responsibility. He was promoted multiple times, ultimately landing in the role he holds today as the utilities facilities supervisor. Mike is the kind of professional who not only does a great job himself, but goes out of his way to grow the employees that he gets to work with. So Mike was instrumental in the implementation of the Burbank Water and Power LEED Platinum Eco Campus project. He has expanded his skills and consistently throughout his career, and he's just a wealth of knowledge about the Burbank Water and Power campus. Not only has he served this community for 30 years, but he served this great nation in the United States Naval Reserve as a builder in the Naval Construction Regiment. Outside of work over these last 30 years, some of Mike's favorite memories are of spending time with his late wife, Deborah, at their Big Bear cabin. Thank you for your service at Burbank Water and Power.
Okay, we'll just do the photo. All right. All right, you're up. You got 2.
I do. So the Parks and Recreation Department strives to be the heart of the community by providing enriching opportunities through our dedicated employees, our beautiful parks, and amazing programs. And this evening, I am honored to have 2 amazing Park and Rec employees who are celebrating a milestone, being 30-year employees. First, I'd like to welcome John McCullough to come up. 15 months ago, I had the fortune of welcoming the Burbank Animal Shelter to the Parks and Recreation Department, and the amazing team at the animal shelter, including John. John is a 30-year employee, a Burbank animal control officer for 30 years, and really his passion for animals started at the age of 16 when he was a vet assistant, if I'm not mistaken. So not having worked with John before, right, when you think of the animal shelter, I personally always thought of John. I think John and the animal shelter are synonymous. You think of animal shelter and John comes to mind. He's been in our community for 30 years. He was Burbank, born and raised, graduated from Burbank High School. So what I did is I asked his colleagues at the animal shelter to tell me a little bit more about John. And the words that they used to describe John, don't be afraid, was that he's reliable, he's kind, he's caring, and he's thoughtful. And it's through these characteristics that John really has made a big impact, not only with his colleagues at the animal shelter, but I think in the entire community. With our community members, their pets, our wildlife, John is really, really dedicated, and I'm very grateful to have John as part of the Parks and Recreation Department, and thank you very much for all that you do. I know that when he retires, hopefully it's going to be not too soon. He is looking forward to traveling, and he's a big NASCAR fan, and so I'm hoping that in time when he's ready to retire, he's able to enjoy his passions outside of the city of Burbank. So thank you so much, John.
You gotta take the photo. You can't skip that part.
One, two, three, and 1, 2.
I just want to say I'm so grateful. I'm very grateful that my brother came all the way from Sacramento to be here tonight. I'm thankful to Marissa and Chris Smith and Brenda and Stacy, my supervisors, for allowing me to have a job. And I'm thankful for my friends and especially the support of the volunteers of the Burbank Animal Shelter who came to support me tonight. Without their help, we would really have a hard time. We're really grateful for them. So thank you.
Congratulations again. Next, I'd like to welcome Christine Ramfola. Christine has spent her entire career in the Parks and Recreation Department. She started as a senior recreation leader and has worked her way up, and she's a recreation services, supervisor. I've known Christine, I've worked alongside her for almost 20 years, and I see her son here. Christine, working for the city and working for the Parks and Recreation Department is not a job for Christine. This is a passion. She cares about the community. She spends countless hours working in our department, providing support, whether it was when she was working, supporting our after-school care program, our sports, aquatics. She's just somebody who is willing to help. She collaborates, and we're really, really grateful to have Christine in our department. I know that part of Christine's nature is being a mom, right? I mentioned her son's here, but many of our younger employees, Christine has always taken them under her wing and has really helped guide and mentor them. And it is because of employees like Christine that we have an amazing Parks and Rec department with amazing programs and services. And I really want to thank Christine for dedicating 30 years to our department and our city. So thank you. Okay.
No, if you know me, I'm a crier.
Yes.
So
We'll do a picture of you.
Yeah, this is a photo.
All right, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3.
All right. I actually met Christine doing the Leadership Burbank program, class of 2018, best class. Amazing insights, born leader, just incredible work that she did in that program and the work that she does here in the city. So if you're a good friend of mine, you get a hug when you come up, so that's the only way. And just a real quick note, when we had a huge transition from the animal shelter to going from the police department to the Burbank Parks and Rec, John McCullough was very integral in that. He jumped in it with both feet. There were a lot of people who were hesitant. There were a lot of people who were like, we don't know if it's going to work, what's going to happen. John said, okay, let's make it work, let's do the job. And he has just been amazing working with those animals. Very inspirational to watch you do your job every day, John. Appreciate it. All right, some interesting facts. We got the facts, so we got to go with those. In 1993, 30 years ago when you were hired, that was the day of the first Beanie Baby. Beanie Babies were invented in 1993. McDonald's released the supersize option. All right, it was part of a cross promotion with Jurassic Park, the movie. I guess you didn't know that, huh? It was originally called the Dino Size, if you remember that. Unforgiven won Best Picture that year. It beat out Schindler's List, Hocus Pocus, and Mrs. Doubtfire. They weren't up either. And that year was the beginning of the Got Milk campaign. So we've been dealing with that for 30 years. All right, we're moving on. 35 years, we're getting up there, 35 years. I want to call up the Financial Services Department Director, Jennifer Becker, to honor our 35-year employee.
Thank you very much, and it is my pleasure to invite Craig Wood up here to thank him for his 35 years of service. So Craig was born and raised in Burbank and a graduate of Burroughs High School. He came to us after answering an ad he saw in the Burbank Credit Union for an intermediate clerk in the Community Development Department. He quickly made his way over to the Finance Department when it became extremely obvious that he has an incredible gift for numbers. In finance, he's worked his way up to through the accounting ranks, became our financial systems manager soon after helping the city implement our Oracle financial system in 1999. You know, that preparation for Y2K back in the day. This was our city's first enterprise resource planning program, and it took an amazing amount of work from that team to have that program be successful, and we're still utilizing it today. Anyone who has ever used Oracle has probably taken Craig's Oracle for Dummies class. He's an amazing trainer, always outgoing, always a friendly voice you have on the phone, whether you're trying to set up a new account or just troubleshooting something with one of our many financial systems. If you ever wondered how the budget gets from being adopted in this room to actually available to spend, or wonder where your financial reports came from, or ever received a paycheck, you have Craig to thank for that. And he's been an invaluable part of our financial services team for 35 years now, and literally we would not survive without him. Just last year, I had the privilege of promoting him to Deputy Financial Services Director, where he now oversees accounts payable and payroll, as well as the department's many, many technology initiatives we have. So I'm just grateful that he's here, and for his positive attitude all the time, and for hearing his laugh all the way down the hall on those days when it can get stressful. So, and I see his wife and his daughter back there, and I just wanted to thank you both too for the time that you've shared him with us. So congratulations, Craig.
I've had a fantastic career. I couldn't think of a better group of people to work with and for. Thank you. Thank everybody.
Thank you.
And we're all thankful for the paychecks. Thank you, Craig. The year you were hired in 1988, ping pong became an Olympic sport. The world population was 5.1 billion, and the TV shows Cheers and Alf debuted. Some notable events that year: the LA Dodgers winning the World Series. Remember '88? LA Lakers winning the NBA championship. It was a good year. And to top it off, gas price that year, 91 cents a gallon. Why do you put that in here? That's just going to make people feel bad. All right. Okay. This is the big one. This is the big one here. All right. Next portion of this presentation, I want to bring up Public Works Director Ken Berkman again. We're going to honor the employees celebrating 45 years of service.
Pretty cool. The two biggest ones of the night, huh? All right. I'd like to call up Robert Arellano, or Bob. So, back on September 25th, 1978, Bob probably didn't realize that his temporary job as a laborer in the Parks and Recreation Department through the Comprehensive Employment and Training Act program would turn into a 45-year career with the city of Burbank. In May 1980, he landed a permanent laborer job in the Public Works Department, and 5 years later, he was promoted to heavy truck driver. Keeping the succession going. Then another 5 years later, he was promoted to the classification of heavy equipment operator and has worked at our landfill for the past 12 years. Bob has been an asset to the department with his dedication and skills on the job. And again, with Public Works, the landfill, is one of those behind-the-scenes jobs that is so critically important to our health and welfare. And without dedicated people like Bob running the show and helping out with our waste, right? That's what we do. It's such a great thing for the city of Burbank to have that facility serving our own needs. Bob is a local and grew up in Burbank, graduated from Burbank High. In his spare time, he enjoys boating, desert racing, spending time at Lake Havasu, which is pretty cool. He paints custom cars and motorcycles and details automobiles. I know his family is here, so it's my pleasure to congratulate you with them in the room for your 45 years of service with the city.
All right, let me get the family. Come on. Come on, how about everybody else? Come on. Oh, we gotta, hold on. So, 1978, good year. Sony introduced the Walkman. That's right. Ben & Jerry's opened their first ice cream parlor. Kobe Bryant was born. And a tabby orange cat named Garfield appeared in a comic strip. That's right. My script is over, but I just want to point out, it's no secret why we have so many employees that stay in Burbank for such a long period of time. A lot of cities don't have this. The community we have in this room, the community that we have in all of the departments, the way we support each other, the way we help each other out. We have a close-knit organization here. And I know some folks didn't start in Burbank or weren't born in Burbank, but like when you make the dedication to come and serve you become part of the family. And we take care of our family. And it's so inspiring to see all of these folks make that dedication and say, no, I'm going to stick with it. They treat me right. I'm here. Everyone knows me. I know everybody else. And we work through our troubles and we celebrate each other's successes. It's such a wonderful community. So thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you for all appreciating the Employee Appreciation Week. All right, I got one more presentation if you guys want to stick around. I didn't say go away yet. Hold on. Final presentation. I want to welcome up our Chief of Police, Mike Albanese, for the Rex Andrews 2023 Police Scholar Award. This is a good one, too.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Rotary, who's present here, to come up, former Chief Scott LaChasse and Darren Brothers. And I have the chief gonna give you a historical journey on this scholarship, and then we'll introduce the recipient. Okay. There you go, Chief.
Thank you. All right, I'm glad to be here. I've been gone for a couple years now, but it seems like it's a regular Tuesday night once again. But what we're going to do is have, where's Officer Kyles? She's here, come on. Come on up. So I'm here to really make a presentation relative to Rex Andrews, what he was all about. But before I get there, what I want to do is take some of Mike's time to say thank you for who you are and what you've done. I remember very specifically when we hired you a handful of years ago, all of us on the staff were really elated to have somebody like you come to us. You showed wisdom beyond your years. You had true values that you were able to convey to us and give us examples of, and you've lived up to all of that. So you're going to get an award tonight, but this is not the end because you've done a lot to this date and you've got a lot of potential left. Thank you. So Rex Andrews, just as a little history lesson here, but law enforcement always wasn't like it is today, where you've got a lot of education, you've got a lot of oversight, and a lot of concern by the community what goes on. What happened back in the 20s and 30s, we hired people basically because they were big, rough, and tough. Those days are gone, thank God, forever. But there was an individual by the name of Rex Andrews, and he was born in Wichita, Kansas, became a very great man. He really was beyond his time. He recognized law enforcement for what it was at that time and wanted to change it. Went to Wichita University, got a business degree, eventually came on the Wichita Police Department, went to several different police departments in Wisconsin, in Illinois, where he was chief and ran other types of training organizations. World War II broke out. He was an existing police chief at that time. But he went to war, became a major, and specialized in intelligence. And at the conclusion of the war, the Army rewarded him by saying, hey, you're going to stick around for a handful of additional years because you've got some knowledge to impart in others. So he went to Berlin and to Munich and tried to rebuild those police departments by instilling democratic principles. Came back to the States, became a chief of police, and there were difficulties throughout Southern California in particular after the war and in the early 50s. And what I'm talking about is there was a lot of corruption. And corruption was accepted because it benefited a lot of people when people were getting paid off. And Burbank was no exception. LA had probably worse problems at that time. And what I'm talking about is the mob. There was an individual by the name of Mickey Cohen, and Council Member Gabe Lady is here, right down by your house. He used to run those gambling dens in the stables. But that wasn't the only thing that happened. There were a lot of hangouts right on Olive and Orange Grove here where the mob was really involved. A lot of shakedowns, a lot of money exchanging hands. And eventually in the early 50s, there was a corrupt police chief by the name of Elmer Adams. He ended up getting fired for just cause. There were several oversight commissions that excoriated what was going on in the city. There was a unification of civic leaders. So you had people from Warner Brothers, Disney, and other institutions in Burbank that came together that wanted to rid the city of the cancer. And that set the stage for an individual like Rex Andrews, applied among 250 candidates, if I recall correctly, for the chief's job here. He got it and immediately landed on his ground, turned the department upside down, shook it loose, but then his true self came out in that he established training as a requisite, in-service training. Really big on ethics. You had to show and demonstrate that you had ethics to be a police officer. When he was able to instill those virtues in the department, he was then able to hire more police officers and ensure that they did have pay raises. But he continued from January 1st of 1953 through 1971, 18 and a half years. Did a remarkable job, was well known throughout the industry in Southern California, nationally and internationally. But that is the individual. You're receiving an award in his name because he valued education. And I'm probably going to hear from Chief Albanese in a minute. But you've done a lot in terms of education. I urge you to continue along those lines. And then the stars are for you, believe me.
So let me introduce you to Officer Kiles. Officer Kiles came on the job in 2016 after graduating from California State University, Dominguez Hills. She played basketball for all 4 years. I don't normally let her stand next to me, but scholar athlete, then went to graduate school, got her master's degree from Dominguez Hills, and just was recently accepted to a PhD program in organizational change and leadership at Concordia, Irvine. So we are very, very proud of her. She's attached to our MET team. She takes the lead on really difficult cases. We have our MET team here, our supervisor, our clinician, and our analysts that are here to support her. Just a great work ethic, very measured. She knows what she's doing, and great attitude, inspiring for all of us. So as an organization, personally, professionally, very proud of her. She is our second PhD candidate that's going through a PhD program on the police department, which speaks volumes to City Council for supporting continuing education, Rex Andrews, and the community, which has high expectations. Here's the thing about Kiles. She loves public speaking. She's begging me on the way over, let me thank the people.
Thank you. I just want to thank the Rotary Club and of course the department for picking me, and the city of Burbank for helping me to pay for it. So I'm hoping they will continue to help me pay for this program. But hopefully I will be able to continue to take what I've learned in this program and continue using it for the city of Burbank. So thank you.
Okay, so we've got a check for you. Now, this is from Kiwanis. No, oh, sorry, Rotary, I'm sorry. Oh, my God. I was doing so well, too. I was doing so well. Why don't you say a few words about the money and where it comes from?
I'll keep this short. It's my honor to represent the Burbank Noon Rotary and the Rotary Foundation as we bestow this Rex Andrews Police Scholar Award to Officer Kiles. Thank you.
There, and you keep that too. Okay. can all leave. Yeah,
Nope.
All right, well, they're filing out of here. Mr. City Manager, Justin Hess, do you have any reports to council at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do. I do have one. If I could call up our Library Services Director, Elizabeth Goldman. She's going to talk about a little grant we received from the state. Yeah.
A little grant.
That's right. You need to sit and watch and listen.
You're welcome to come in and use it. Getting ready for next year. I know how this goes.
Ready? Okay. All right. Ms. Goldman, take it away.
All right, good evening, Mayor Anthony, members of the City Council, Elizabeth Goldman, Library Services Director. I am happy to let you know that a few days ago we received a letter of intent to award the City of Burbank a grant of nearly $10 million to help fund our new central library.
Hey! I'm sorry, can you repeat that number one more time? Just repeat that number one more time.
$9.95 million.
Wow.
So this grant is part of the Building Forward Library Facilities Improvement Program funded by the California State Legislature and managed by the California State Library. Burbank was one of 34 projects funded in 2023 out of nearly 150 applicants for $172 million in available funds. As you know, the current Central Library is 60 years old and has long ceased to be able to meet the needs of today's library users. This funding from the California State Library will help us move forward with efforts to build a new central library as part of the Burbank Civic Center project, which also proposes other city office space, affordable and workforce housing, open space, and parking in the Civic Center area. Besides being a more modern space, the new central library will allow Burbank Public Library to better meet community needs for space for reading, meeting, studying, technology training, and workforce development. A larger Spark Digital Media Lab, a homework center, and more usable outdoor space are all part of what we hope to create in this building, which will bring the community together and support both the downtown and all of Burbank. The $9.95 million awarded to Burbank will specifically go toward building features that support its accessibility, sustainability, and resilience, as those were goals of this grant funding. I'm the one here speaking, but being successful on this effort to date has involved the collective efforts of my fellow department heads and many of their staff. And I want to thank you too for your support as the City Council, as well as Assemblymember Friedman, Senator Portantino, and Congressman Schiff, who all wrote letters of support for this grant. Our project planning continues, and the community is invited to provide input via our project website, burbankciviccenter.com. We will be returning to you later this fall requesting approval of a resolution to accept this grant funding from the State Library, and we expect to bring further project updates to you in early 2024. Thank you.
Okay, great. Great news. If you ever find any more $9.95 million in the couch cushions, let us know, okay? That's we'll be excited for that. That's great. That's great. We have a presentation today by the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority. I want to welcome up Mr. Frank Miller, the Executive Director of the Hollywood Burbank Airport. Hello. You can give him a round of applause. We got a great airport. We got a great airport. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Well, thank you, and it's quite a event to follow this evening with everything that was going on. It's all very positive, and I agree with you that living in Burbank makes people want to be a part of it. And congratulations to the city manager on 25 years. You don't look quite that old, but. Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm here to give you an update on what's happening, but before I do that, I would like to recognize that Commissioner Emily Gabeletti is here with me this evening, and we are pleased to report on the activities of the airport and how we are continuing to move forward. The last big decision of the Commission regarding the replacement passenger terminal building was to identify the replacement passenger terminal sustainability plan, and I wanted to go through that with you this evening. The decision of the Commission was to accept the recommendation to move forward with the United States Green Building Council, or LEED, program. It's the most widely recognized sustainability rating system for buildings, and it does complement the California Green Building Code as well. The airport industry really follows most of the LEED certification processes as a way of comparing around the world how airports are striving for sustainability. As you may know, well, before I say that, right now worldwide there are 134 airports that have LEED facilities. That's about 20% of the total number of airports around the world. The LEED program has 4 categories. The first is a LEED certificate. And to get a LEED certificate, there is a point system. If an airport can get 40 to 49 points of LEED, then they will receive a certificate for that. 44% of the airports around the world are LEED silver, and you need to accumulate 50 to 59 points. 30% of the airports are LEED Gold, and that is 60 to 79 points. And Platinum, 80-plus points. 3% of the airports around the world have been able to achieve Platinum. The LEED analysis for the replacement passenger terminal program dated September of 2023 confirmed that at our 30% design, we have accumulated 52 points, which means that currently we're at the silver level for LEED. The possibility of achieving gold would require 12 additional points to where we are today at an additional cost of probably anywhere from $5 to $10 million. But at the same time that we're at the 30% design, when you look at a $1.25 billion project, no one element can stand alone. We have to look at everything as a package. So as we're now at 30%, due to the rising cost of construction and the escalation of materials and the additional costs that we incurred as we were striving for the LEED Silver certification as a starting point, we are undertaking a value engineering program at the same time, trying to find $140 million in reductions to allow us to maintain the budget that we have for this program as we continue to work with the airlines on the construction of the facility. There have been a lot of questions about LEED Platinum, and LEED Platinum for our terminal facility has a lot of constraints with it. The rainwater management and storm infiltration programs are not possible for our site because it is a Superfund site and we cannot infiltrate the water back into the soil. So the points that would be available to get us towards Platinum simply cannot be achieved in Burbank. When we look at optimizing the energy performance of the building, as we know, the development agreement between the airport and the city of Burbank limits the size of the building to 355,000 square feet. This would, in order to put in the energy performance criteria, it would require sacrificing public space, impacting passenger functionality for mechanical space with a $30 million additional cost. Site orientation of the terminal is north-south. The concourse windows will be facing west, and that also creates a problem for us that really led us to the decision that while everyone would like to achieve as high a LEED certification as possible, platinum simply is not within the reach of the Hollywood Burbank Airport. So at that September meeting, the commission voted that we are at silver for the LEED certification, currently at 30%, but that the Airport Authority has a commitment to finding a viable path to the LEED gold standard with the replacement passenger terminal. So as we continue to do our value engineering on a parallel course, we will be looking at what options do we have moving forward to try to get to gold and to see if there is a possibility of balancing those two criteria in order to build the best terminal building that we can have. Also wanted to let you know about our procurement program. Holder Pankow TEC is the progressive design builder for our project. And they are very sensitive to reaching out to the construction community, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, into Los Angeles. Holder Pankow TEC hosted a second subcontractor community information session in Burbank on September 12th from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. They contacted through an email campaign nearly 2,500 DBE and local firms. An event flyer was translated into 6 languages and distributed directly to 12 organizations, which included the Latin Business Association, the National Association of Minority Contractors, Black Business Association, Asian Business Association, the Los Angeles Urban League, the National Association of Women Business Owners, the Regional Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and the Women Construction Owners and Executives USA. Over 100 attendees were present at the September 19th meeting, and to date, Holder Pankow TEC has received and has been able to pre-qualify over 220 local firms for this project. What that means is they now have the opportunity to bid on subcontracting opportunities to this contractor. Also, at the request of Commissioner Gable Letty, we did a outreach with the accessibility community, not only in Burbank, but also in Glendale and Pasadena. On August 18th, representatives from Corgan, the architect on the project, Jacobs, program manager, airport staff, and as facilitated by Commissioner Gable Letty, we met with the representatives. Corgan had the opportunity to talk about what is referred to as the aging suit. It is something that a person can put on and begin to understand the physical limitations that people have as they do grow older. The digital suit mimics the loss of eyesight, hearing, strength, and the ability to be mobile. We were also intrigued, and I had a conversation with the commissioner, of how someone in a wheelchair travels. Never thought about it really, other than the fact that we have wheelchairs all over the terminal building to get them to the airport. But that's only part of their journey, and it was very eye-opening for us, and I really do want to thank the commissioner for making that recommendation to us, and we are planning some additional meetings as well as we continue to do the design. I'm also pleased to talk about the ritzy artwork that has been out on the street for quite some time. The City of Burbank Art and Public Places Committee approved the ritzy concepts on August 7th. An RFP is on the street currently for the manufacture of the artwork and the installation. The airport will then provide additional information to the Art and Public Places once the contract has been awarded, so that we can identify to the committee the type of backing to be used for the artwork, lighting for the artwork at night, and a plaque with the artist's name. We are planning to have this project completed in May of 2024. And this is the view of what you will be seeing at the Ritzy with the artwork that has been approved. And we really want to thank the City of Burbank for all of the assistance and the patience that you have given to us over the years to get to the point where we can actually now say we have the Ritzy artwork project within sight, and look forward to the impact that it will have for the community. With that, I would also like to take the opportunity to announce that as we're going through the 30% design, which should be delivered to us in December, we have 2 early projects out on the street. The mass grading for the site where the terminal building will be, and some MEP work. So with that, and we'll be working with the city manager's office to ask you to circle a date, January 25th of 2024, for a groundbreaking for the Hollywood Burbank replacement passenger terminal. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm available for any questions.
Oh, this is really great. Thank you so much. I really love the Amelia Earhart one there, the picture of her on the top of the plane. Very fun. Just to reiterate, because of the square footage, because of the alignment, because of the super fund, we don't have the points available to us to reach platinum.
That's correct. The consultants have told us what they would refer to as a low-hanging fruit. That's just not there for us.
Okay. In your opinion, theoretically, gold might be possible, though.
We are hoping to find that path forward.
Okay.
It does require 12 additional points in order to achieve gold.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions from council? Yeah.
Thank you so much for this report. And these, as we get closer, it's nice to see more and more detail emerging. About the LEED certification, thank you so much for taking the time to look at all the possibilities very closely. Thank the subcommittee for doing that. It is, of course, disappointing to hear that platinum is not possible right now, but I am glad to hear that working towards the absolute maximum that you can. Now, we also can consider the future in that technology might improve or other ways to be more environmentally friendly might evolve. So I would encourage the committee to continue to looking at possibilities as things emerge that maybe in the next 5-10 years that could possibly bring us to platinum in the future. Okay. And then about the art is so exciting. I love this concept. It's so Burbank. I love it. It's great. And this is external art, which I think is going to be great as people are driving by. And I'm wondering, has there been any discussion yet on any concepts for internal inside the terminal art and displays of art inside?
We are currently working with a artist, consultant, not the artist herself, for the interior artwork. We've had discussions with the city of Burbank, opportunities, both pre-screening, post-screening, digital statue, wall. Yeah, we're looking at all of that right now.
That's great. And there have been, with Arts in Public Places and some other folks in the community, some thoughts about rotating art possibilities. Has that been discussed at all, a part of this discussion just in there?
Yes, it has been discussed, and that is a possibility.
That's wonderful. Great. Thank you so much for this update. And I've circled my calendar, January 25th. Just give us the time, and I'll be there.
Okay.
Just a quick follow-up to that. I would be remiss if I did not mention that my son would love at least one installation of an SR-71 Blackbird somewhere in the... Just putting that out there. That way, if he sees it, he goes, oh, yeah. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I lost my little gadget thing here on the microphone. It's not there, so... thank you for the report. I also... echo Councilmember Takahashi regarding the LEED, and I know I've been following all the reports that we've been getting and all the discussions that have taken place regarding silver and gold and platinum, and of course, you know that our wish is to have it platinum, but we appreciate whatever you can do even to go get those 12 points so we can go a little bit higher, but I know you guys are doing a great job at it. I do want to acknowledge former Mayor and Commissioner Ghiberletti for her work on the committee, and I thank her for doing that. I read it in the reports as well. I appreciate it, and I am looking forward to the 24th. I think this is the first time we even hear about a date, so this is very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be very quick, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Miller, thank you for being here. Great presentation. No questions. I, too, wanted to thank Commissioner Ghiberletti for service as president of the authority. And can you tell us who is the new president of the authority?
The current president is Councilwoman Felicia Williams from Pasadena.
Great. Look forward to working with her too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any questions for Mr. Miller before he gets out of here? Yeah. All right, great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this afternoon to discuss 4 matters in closed session. The first matter is a matter of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 with the city as a potential defendant in a Regional Water Quality Control Board notice of violation for effluent discharge at the Public Works Yard, 124 South Lake Street. The second item of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 is Mary Helen Cabrera versus City of Burbank. It's a personal injury case. The third item, a matter of existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, is a new matter, Guardian of the Pines versus City of Burbank, concerning the city's Aleppo tree abatement project. And the fourth item was conference with the labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 regarding Burbank Police Officers Association. The City Council took no reportable action on these 4 items.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, now is the time for general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak, please present a completed yellow public comment card. And if you you can speak on on any item on the agenda or any item that's not on the agenda, you get up to 3 minutes. If you do speak on something that's later in the evening, now you won't be able to speak on it later. Anyone calling in from home, you can call in now, 818-238-3335. You will also get 3 minutes, but you'll be placed in a queue until we're done with the in-person comments. So first up, we have Ron Bax, followed by Arda Chakian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. Before I start to get to tonight's subject, you can start the clock. Go. Okay. Some old business. Last session, I stated my return on investment was 3.03 last year, and that the inflation was 3.8. And then I realized after I left the meeting that the inflation's based on April through April. It's the one used by AB 1482. So I went back and I checked to see what, and that's 3.8. So I went back to check and see what the CPI for the calendar year last year, it wasn't 3.8, it was 5.8. Okay? Now, for tonight, let's do some Sherlock's homing, and I won't be able to finish, so when I get down to a few seconds left, I'll go to the conclusion so you know what's coming up when I finish next week. Okay? Let's do a little Sherlock's homing. This is based on some information provided by a Maui resident at the last meeting or a meeting at the following day in the administration building, and provided by a commercial real estate broker shortly after the January 31st meeting. The owner of Maui Apartments wanted to pass property down to his children, but apparently did not actively monitor, review, and manage his succession plan before passing. The Maui tenant revealed her studio rent was $1,000 per month. 4 years ago, I rented a studio, my studio, for $1,400, which was below the market 4 years ago. Oh, I repeated that. The market is currently $1,700 to $1,800. The owner may have had compassion, believed he and his children could adjust rents to cover operating expenses at will, or was not managing the property as a business. The second possibility could have been true until AB 1482 became law. At that point, he should have begun raising rents to guarantee his children's ability to continue providing housing. Because, as in my case, all his children did not want or could not participate in continuing the family business. Especially if he had not been briefing them, let's say grooming them, and that's a bad word, but that's what I'm going to use, in the process of providing the housing. And if the estate was cash poor, the assuming heirs would have to encumber the properties before distribution, thus creating a mortgage, which reduces operating income. Had the property been operating barely in the black or worse than the red, this would have created the situation where the heirs would surely opt to sell. And now I'm going to go to the conclusion, so I'll have to pick this back up next week. In conclusion, AB 1482 created a chasm that must be crossed in generational transfer of wealth from parent to child. Proposition 19 made the chasm deeper, wider. For current owners, AB 1482 is balanced but not perfect. It has a catch-up 5% component and a keep-up 0 to 5% component for allowable rent increases. When inflation exceeds 5%, the catch-up component is diminished or eliminated. If you want to contribute to the social evolution, which is renovation evictions.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Bass.
Enact, you can read the end.
Thank you. Arda Chakian from Senator Portantino's office.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony and members of the City Council. My name is Arda Chakian. I am a district representative with the Office of State Senator Anthony Portantino. I am here to share a message from Senator Portantino regarding Agenda Item 8. The message reads as follows. Dear Mayor Anthony and council members, it has come to my attention that the City Council is considering a request to install an Armenian genocide memorial in the city of Burbank. I support the installation of a memorial as appropriately placed by the City Council. As we speak, 120,000 Armenians are displaced from their ancestral homeland of Artsakh after enduring a 9-month blockade. It is more important than ever that our community reaffirm our condemnation of injustice and unwavering genocide recognition. Prior to serving in the State Senate, I had the honor of working alongside members of the Armenian community in the St. Gabriel Valley to establish a monument in the city of Pasadena honoring the martyrs of the Armenian genocide. The Pasadena Armenian Genocide Memorial was unveiled in April 2015, and similar to the memorial in the city of Montebello, serves as a place of remembrance for the descendants of the 1.5 million lost. Both monuments also provide future generations with an opportunity to learn about the horrendous atrocities that took place in 1915. The city of Burbank is home to a vibrant Armenian American community, many of whom have family and friends who were impacted by the unspeakable horrors unleashed on the people of Artsakh. By installing an Armenian genocide memorial, the city of Burbank would continue to lead by example, condemning injustice and promoting greater inclusivity and understanding of the diverse cultures that make up our great community. Thank you for your attention to this letter and your continued service to our community. Signed, Honorable Anthony J. Portantino, State Senator, 25th District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chakian. Appreciate it. Isabel Omero, followed by Antarak Charchachian.
Hello, Council. I want to say thank you for your marathon meeting 2 weeks ago on the fate of the Burbank Center Stage. There was so much drama that night, you could, I don't know, maybe write a play about it. I think my favorite part that night was that everyone in the room was on board with the same thing, the importance of Burbank's live theater and making it accessible and affordable for our community. The Colony, Conundrum, Greenhouse, so much passion. Wow, yes, more of that, please. So, I'm here to ask you about the Burbank Little Theater in George Izay Park. I know you've begun talking about it, as have an increasingly high number of theater lovers here in our media capital of the multiverse. So, please tell me that we're not going to tear down a once wonderful 7-decade city landmark. 98 seats in a park setting next to an arts center. I don't know about you, but I get a little misty when I think about all that free parking. The planned demolition to replace the Little Theater with a multi-purpose room. I went to those meetings. You did too. I saw those plans. I spoke up. I heard many voices in support for the theater. I didn't hear anyone clamoring for a multi-purpose room. Is that even a thing that you can clamor for? 2 weeks ago, you all stepped up to clean up a mess of the city's own making. I hope we start talking, and soon, about not creating another. Renew, restore, rethink, redesign, renovate, rebuild this neglected, abandoned, forgotten source of vast creative potential. Keep Burbank's own Playhouse in the Park, the Burbank Little Theater. Thank you.
Thank you. Antranik Jarchavjian, followed by Christopher Rosati.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Antranik Jarchavjian. I am the chairman of the Armenian Cultural Foundation, Burbank Youth Center at 75 Santa Anita. And every year on April 24th, the residents of Burbank gathered here on City Hall steps to commemorate the Armenian genocide and recommit ourselves to stopping hate in every form and to fight man's inhumanity to man. I'm here today for agenda item number 8. I want to ask the City Council to direct the staff to further develop the report and come back with a developed second report and a comprehensive project outline for the Armenian Genocide Memorial installation. And hopefully that can be done within 2 or 3 months so that we can have a replica of a sort for April 24, 2024. I thank the staff and I thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Rosati, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, council members. Christopher Rosati. Someone sent me an article from the Wall Street Journal on reflective paint to bring temperatures down. It works very similar to cool roofs, and it's lessens expansion, so you don't have to repave as much. And I thought, since I live across the street from the proposed dog park, which looks like it's graded and like ready to go, and we're going to be building a parking lot inside of the park, creating a heat island. Wouldn't it be great to try this out? Wouldn't it be just this little area and see if it really works? It brings temperatures down, they say 10%, so it's good for humans, good for dogs. But I thought it'd be worth a shot to bring this here. So when we do start discussing building that park, that maybe we tried this reflective paint. It was a very interesting article, Wall Street Journal. I should have brought it. I'll send it to you tomorrow. But I think it's worth it. So anyways, I appreciate your time. And they were talking about the little playhouse. I did my first play when I was in the 3rd grade, and I did not know that they were tearing that down. And there are a lot of community rooms within the city. And I believe the project that we're building on Front Street has a community room. So I hate to see you guys tear that down. I'm sure it's cost a ton of money to refurbish it, but I think with the right management and maybe forming a nonprofit, we can bring that back to life. But there sure are a lot of community rooms and more projects that are being built that I see coming across when I got my planning board hat on, have community rooms built into the project, like the Front Street project. So let's take a second look at that. Let's not tear that down. I hate to see, and I support Ms. Wertz and all of her endeavors with the Colony Theater, and I'd hate to see this little theater torn down. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Eric Hawk from the Burbank Community Band, followed by, I'm sorry, David Donahue. Oh, I skipped you, I'm sorry. David Donahue, followed by Eric Hawk. There we go.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. My name is David Donahue, business owner, homeowner, ADU builder. One of the great things about coming to these council meetings, I have to applaud just how well, Mayor Anthony, you do conduct a meeting. The personality and warmth and love that you show to people is undeniable. And being able to be in the chamber to witness things like the fire chief do such wonderful awards, the police chief do such wonderful awards, and acknowledging the fantastic employees and staff with the city is truly inspirational and makes these opportunities to address the dais, the council, and staff to say thank you for your work in making Burbank a wonderful place. Last night I had the opportunity of attending the Sustainability and Transportation Committee, which is fantastic. They happen at the same time, 5 p.m., and they just happen to be across the lobby from each other. I had never been to the Sustainability meeting, and it is fun to watch. I would say to Ritza, the staff of your department, I think, are fantastic. You guys are doing wonderful work at Park and Rec, as well as the Drew Johnstone with BWP, who is there too. Sustainability is important. I think it's great that we all participate. And you can go in public, just like me right now. The transportation, which is something I've been following very closely to. I know Vice Mayor Schultz and Councilmember Mullins, you were both there. It was wonderful seeing you participate at that level and also hear the presentations. And it was towards the very, very end and very late. You might have missed it. The presentation on Olive Avenue. Olive Avenue, talking about studies of pass-throughs and traffic around Dolores Huerta, the elementary. And I asked the question of the commission, and they were very gracious to let me speak after public comment to inquire as to the metro. So the metro is going to be an issue. It's not going to go away. Council has changed. Perspectives may have changed. The Transportation Commission has changed. And so I asked David Kriske if it would be, and the commission, if they would consider having a report back on it, because the study that was done and presented would then be basically trash. It would have to go out the window. So they'd have to consider what would happen if you did not go with the previous council's recommendation of mixed flow. Because the study was on the impact of people going around and through neighborhoods. Again, thank you very much for everybody and all the wonderful work that you do, and I look forward to talking about that issue soon in the future, and thank you.
Thank you. All right. Eric Hawk from the Burbank Community Band, followed by Sarkis Simonian.
Okay. Hey, good evening. Once again, for the record, my name is Eric Hawk. I'm the current board president of the Burbank Community Band. And as I've done before, I'd like to start with a statement thanking the city for its support of our band. We've had great report, especially from the terrific team over at Parks and Rec Department, as well as the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission as well. So I wanted to come to this council and let you know of 2 upcoming shows that the Burbank Community Band is going to be having right here in the city of Burbank. So I'm happy to share with you all that our first concert of the season is coming up at the end of this month. And I think the whole band is really excited about this one. On Sunday, October the 29th at 7 p.m., the band will be performing at the First Christian Church of Burbank at 221 South 6th Street. And this is going to be the Burbank Community Band's first Halloween concert in 84 years, featuring music of this haunting season. We have a really neat arrangement of Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor, a selection of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Phantom of the Opera, Edvard Grieg's In the Hall of the Mountain King, and really some other wonderful tunes I think y'all will enjoy, and really excited about sharing this with the community here. This will be a free concert, and to further celebrate the season, we're also going to have a costume contest with prizes for the best Halloween costumes. So I do hope you can join us on Sunday, October 29th at 7 p.m., First Christian Church of Burbank, 221 South 6th Street at the corner of 6th Street and Angelino Avenue. Right on the coattails of our Halloween concert, our band will be performing again here in Burbank, this time a daytime concert celebrating those who have served in our armed forces. On Friday, November 10th, the city of Burbank will have its 2023 Veterans Day ceremony at McCambridge Park, adjacent to the McCambridge Park War Memorial. Starting at 10:15, the Burbank Band will play a great selection of patriotic tunes, America the Beautiful, Amazing Grace, and a John Philip Sousa Hands Across the Sea March. These will be some of the tunes that we perform. The Burbank concert will start at 10:15 a.m. The city ceremony will start at 11 a.m. And again, that'll be on the observed holiday of Friday, November the 10th at McCambridge Park, right next to the War Memorial at North San Fernando Boulevard and Amherst Drive. And finally, Thank you once again for the support from the city that the city has provided, and hopefully you will be able to attend one or both of the concerts that we're going to be having. Oh, and I have some flyers that I will hand to City Clerk then. So thank you very much, and have a nice evening, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarkis Simonian, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and city employees, actually, which is an integral part of the city. We thank them all for everything they do. My name is Sarkis Simonian. I'm the chair of ANC Burbank, and I want to talk about agenda item number 8 for installing a permanent Armenian Genocide Memorial in the city, which I would say something that ANC has been working on for a few years now. I'm glad it's been finally taking the steps towards it, especially nowadays, that not just to commemorate the Armenian genocide, but what's happening nowadays in Artsakh when we have 120,000. We can't call it genocide, but it's ethnic cleansing. And so it's always nice to have a memorial to remember that the evil in the world, and we have to stand against it. And this means a lot, not only to the ANCA and the city, but the Armenian population in Burbank. And we found out recently that because of the districting, when we dug up into the numbers, that we always thought that there were only 16 to 17% of the population is Armenian. And it turned out to be actually around 19 to 20%. So this means a lot to the entire population of Burbank. And that we hope that the city council asks the city manager actually to come up with the reports soon so we can take the next step, because as you know, this takes a long time. And it's a long process, but it's a good process and a good start. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Scroggs, followed by Nori Walla.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, everyone. I am Mark Scroggs. I've been here before. I'm a talent agent. I've been working with a group of other agents and managers trying to deal with how we deal with the actors' strike, really, because the writer strike's over. And how we get people back to work. You guys have all been great. I've been talking to different ones. I've had a lot of great ideas. I'll fill you in later about that. But tonight I just want to say I want to encourage everyone, encourage you guys also to reach out to SAG-AFTRA and the Motion Picture Association and encourage them to get a federal mediator. That's the only way they're going to talk. These people all hate each other. I've heard all sorts of stories from people who are in the room. They're not supposed to say anything, but I've heard stories. And it's the only way they're going to break the stalemate. This is what Kaiser did last week. It worked. And it's still going to be January before we start working. And then I had some other stuff. I wanted to change it up a little bit. I had a client ask me today, why am I coming here to talk? I had a couple people here tonight saying, why is this important about, the entertainment jobs? Earlier today, I submitted on a feature film that's under the SAG interim agreement, which means they can shoot it with the new rules. It's set in Silicon Valley. Most of the creative people on the casting breakdown were LA-based, but they're shooting in Tulsa. So, and I've had a few other projects in Tulsa. Most of the stuff I deal with any film now is shooting somewhere else. There's, who knows why? It didn't say, like they're shooting in Oregon because they need to be on the coast or certain things. So you think about all the jobs that are going away that could come here, even if so they're getting probably a tax break there, or someone knows somebody there, there's some money there. But besides actors, caterers, crew members, costumers, 80% of the people you see in the closing credits, that's money that's going away, that's tax dollars that are going away, that's people who are going to move away and work these other places forever. I just want to say that's part of the reason why we're doing this. We want to keep people here. I'm not going to make money on it because maybe only one actor would come from Los Angeles because they're going to have to fly someone out per diem and everything. It's just important to try to encourage people, and I know we've been talking, but that's why we're doing it. And I know some other people are talking to this other West Hollywood and Culver City and some other communities, Glendale, about the same thing, just trying to keep business here because it's easy to move away and it's not as easy to move back. And that's how it is. And you see these projects, sometimes when they shoot here, I'm thinking about this last year on Hacks. They were at the Safari Inn. You think, oh, it's a Safari Inn. It doesn't mean that much because it's just a place, but it's a local place and people feel good about it. You know, Barry shot some stuff in the Marriott by the Empire Center. I think, oh, we've been there. And that's why people, even if you're working at all, sometimes you'd like to see those things, and it keeps people happy and also keeps the money here. And so that's what I want to say. But thank you guys all again. I'll reach out later, but I just want to let you know that.
Yeah. Thank you. Nori Walla, followed by Emily Gable-Luddy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Nori Walla. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you know, the Governor signed SB 423. SB 423 amends Government Code Section 65913.4, thereby replacing what we know as SB 35. The very first sentence of the new Government Code, 65913.4, states, except as provided in Subdivision R. Subdivision R is an exemption for 18 months only on SB 35 projects in designated equestrian districts throughout the state. The exemption has conditions. First, the site must be located within an equestrian district designated by a general plan or a specific or master plan, which may include a specific narrative reference to a geographically determined area or map. The second condition, as of January 1, 2024, the general plan must contain and must have contained, at least the last 5 years, an equestrian district designation where the site is located. Third, the jurisdiction must have adopted housing element that is compliant with applicable laws. All three of those requirements are currently met in Burbank. Burbank 2035, adopted in 2013, contains maps showing the Rancho Master Plan area and the Rancho Commercial area. Article 24 of the Burbank Municipal Code, Section 10-1-2401, adopted in 1993, corroborates the maps in Burbank 2035. You have copies of all these, that's what I passed out. And Burbank's housing element is compliant with applicable laws. The fourth and final condition of Subdivision R is that as of January 1, 2024, the equestrian district applicable to the site is not zoned to include residential uses, but authorizes residential uses with a conditional use permit. Currently, Burbank does not meet that last requirement. The non-residential zones in our equestrian district do not authorize residential uses with a conditional use permit. My request is merely an alignment of our code to conform to the state statute by authorizing residential uses with a conditional use permit in the non-residential zones within our equestrian district. For clarification, SB 35, now SB 423, is not AB 2011. Although they both relate to housing, they are different statutes, different requirements. Where a particular site in our equestrian district may currently not be eligible for AB 2011, that same site may be subject to SB 423 unless Burbank meets the conditions of subsection R as of January 1 of 2024. My request is something that you can do. It is in your hands to provide some level of protection to our equestrian community or not. Furthermore, if the city attorney or staff believe that Burbank should not proceed with aligning Burbank's zone code with the statute, or if they believe that Burbank does not otherwise qualify for the equestrian exemption, I request they provide a report to council at the next council meeting explaining to all of us why Burbank's equestrian district would not qualify. Thank you.
Emily Gable-Luddy, followed by Diane McKinnon.
Mayor, council members, mayor, vice mayor, and council members. I'm going to try not to repeat too much of what Ms. Wallace said, but I do want to restate some of the points she made. First, it was great to see how much support was received from state officials and from you all when SB 423 was making its way through Sacramento this year. Your familiarity with the bill and the support for it is deeply appreciated. As you know, as Nori said, the governor signed the bill, and it will become new Government Code Section 65913.4. Within there is a small section that will exempt equestrian districts statewide. You supported us getting this far. The good news is, as a city council, with local authority to implement, you can now take this exemption over the finish line. As Nori stated, there's another action that's required, and I'm just going to put it in slightly different words, but I believe it will get to the heart of what we're asking. We do know that the master plan is underway and that the council authorized the preparation of a Rancho master plan. So that's a little farther out. The equestrian district right now is designated by a master plan described in text and has been in place for more than 5 years. And the city has a compliant housing element. Congratulations to us. But you still need to ensure consistency with the new state law. And that is within your authority to implement and adopt as a sitting council an amendment to the zone code for that purpose. By January 1st, 2024, the council must adopt a code amendment that allows residential development by conditional use permit for every non-residential property within the boundaries of the master plan. Adoption of that code requirement will continue to permit residential, which is our goal, and it will continue in a more protective manner, which is the reason for the conditional use. By January 21st, 2024, the council must adopt an ordinance that is compliant with the specific requirements of this new law. One approach is to clarify the table 10-1-502 and identify conditional use residential by conditional use in Rancho non-residential zones. So you have an opportunity to jump on this, and I'm sure the staff can provide you a pathway to be successful by the 1st of January 2024. That will preserve the longer-term equestrian exemption, which you are also enthusiastic about supporting. I'd like to make a brief comment about item 05 on the agenda. And I would ask that you not approve language in the ADU ordinance that adds the words "or otherwise required by state law," because every time there is a change in state law, the community will want to know. They'll want to be able to hear what the change is and what the specifics of that change are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane McKinnon, followed by Suzanne Wertz.
Hello again, and to everyone else who works here. One shocking thing was, this gentleman in the back had some really nice things to say about you, Constantine, this evening, but last night at the sustainability, he had nothing but horrible things to say and how much he really disliked you, so that was weird. Weird. Jaw dropped. That's very rare for me. So I wanted to just reiterate the fact that I found it very shocking that nothing came to fruition about hearing about the trees coming down, that we have to go to court, unfortunately, even though it has been brought up millions of times over the past 3 months that we have been asking to please just talk to us. Just talk to us. Not one person has returned an email from Marissa Garcia, from Mike Del Campo, anyone here, before legal anything happened. No one has come up to talk to any of us. Maybe you. That's about it. Literally. Nobody. We have asked for 3 months, numerous times, so many of us out. And now we are forced to sue you. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? All we have wanted is for you to sit down at the table with us and come up with a plan, as we have said from day one, over 10 to 15 years, like our arborists have said, so that not every generation is clear-cutting trees every 80 years. Why is that hard? I don't understand why this is a difficult concept. Like, mediation is still an option. We have until October 30th. You have more than enough time to come and sit down with us, which we have been open to do since day one. Okay? We don't like being dictated to. Nobody does. You don't. We don't. We all like to sit together. That's why we have a council, so that you can all sit together and talk and come up with ideas. We have this here so you can hear us, so that we can come up with ideas and have town halls. That's what we've been asking for. Why isn't that happening? I just don't understand. Literally everyone who comes up here is sitting here saying, the Colony Theater, the Little Theater, us. I mean, everyone is like, why is nobody listening? Why isn't anyone communicating back with us? What is happening here? And we have one person at the base of it. Do not give her that job. Are you kidding me? Great, she can do basketball agendas, but clearly she cannot deal with the public. This is wrong. You guys need to sit down with us. We are human beings, and we are trying to save the environment. We have an airport that we just heard about. Do you know how much noise the trees, the mature trees, help save you from hearing phone calls from us every day? Come on.
Thank you.
Your time has expired.
Suzanne Wirtz, followed by Jose Pimienta.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and council members Mullins, Perez, and Takahashi. I come here tonight to thank you for listening to Burbank citizens and deciding the fate of the Colony Theater. I think the knowledge gained through this experience has created several opportunities. First, let's ensure that future RFPs are an opportunity to involve stakeholders in the visioning before their release. In the Colony debate, you had the opportunity to hear the passion of many citizens who shared how much the community needs more art spaces. To that end, please reconsider the fate of the Little Theater at George Izay Park. In 2021 and 2022, community members participated in online surveys and in-person charrettes about the park, and a majority voiced their desire for minor or major renovations to that space, most recently known as the Grove Theater. However, the master plans that were presented in August 2022 indicated that the theater would be torn down and replaced with a multi-purpose room. As you know, a multi-purpose room is not a theater, and clearly your community needs more theaters. Why tear down an existing space? This is an opportunity to do good with what we've got. The 98-seat Burbank Little Theater was dedicated in 1952, back when gas was 27 cents a gallon. And for over 70 years old, that means it's practically a historical landmark, or could be considered so. For decades, Burbankers got to see Hollywood talent up close in that gem of a theater. Annual productions of A Christmas Carol were hot tickets. Actress Jean Howard, Ron's mother, got her start on that stage. I personally loved bringing my children to enrichment works shows there, and then it closed. Investigating why the theater has been dark for so long will take you down a rabbit hole that looks a lot like the hole that the Colony has been in, with leases that were ignored and a general lack of commitment to the arts in our community going back decades. This is a city-owned, taxpayer-supported space sitting vacant when your citizens desperately want a place to perform. It's a perfect space for workshops, rehearsals, auditions, and productions. Why not make that a home for Conundrum? This is also an opportunity to integrate more art spaces as we design the new Civic Center and plot the Golden State Master Plan. Could a warehouse there be converted into a city-supported artist workspaces? Art can be made and sold there, creating both a local and tourist destination. There are examples of such thriving spaces in cities across the country, complete with beer gardens, food vendors, and stages for music, storytelling, and comedy. Yes, housing is important, but for true quality of life, we need to invest in the arts and artists to ensure Burbank is a place to live, work, play, and create.
Thank you. Jose Pimienta, followed by Joel Schlossman.
Good evening, council members, mayor, vice mayor, staff. Usually I come to these things advocating for tenant protections, which, you know, has been a thing. We continue to meet people that are leaving Burbank due to high rent increases or given 60-day notice. But that's not what I'm here to talk about today. Because what I'm here to talk about today is that this past weekend I got to hang out with the Walk Bike Burbank folk. Wonderful group of people, really cool. We got to bike around the city, we got to see some really cool stuff. Burbank really shines, and especially when you're riding your bike. Anyways, somewhere along our hangout, we got to talking that next year the Chandler Bike Path turns 20, and we started kicking around the idea that it'd be really cool to commemorate that because the Chandler Bike Path it's such a cool it's such a cool thing that we have in the city of Burbank. It brings a lot of people together. It's a really wonderful place, and very much in echoing one of the last times that I was here, praising the Pride events that happened in McCambridge Park. One of the last things I said is more of that, please. So with that along, maybe a commemoration of what's it like to have something that encourages riding your bike or being a pedestrian along a residential area would be like a great time, would be like a great thing. Anyways, no solid plans, just something that we started kicking around while over a Sunday drink or whatever we were doing. With my remaining time, I would also like to add my voice to advocating for the Little Theater, because as they keep saying, like, we need more spaces where to keep creating art. Art is important. Art is pretty much one of the things that brings communities together. So I hope that that place doesn't go down. So with that in mind, thank you for your time, and I'll enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Schlossman followed by Max Yelby, and that's my last speaker card.
Good evening, everybody. No more flagpoles and no new flags. I think we all believe in equal rights, not special rights. No memorials here at City Hall. These folks are building a museum in Glendale that serves that purpose, and it's a glorious museum, no doubt. I prefer that we recognize all the Burbank residents that have given their lives in service of their country. I know we do some of that in the park, but I want to recognize every citizen from World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, all the other current ones now. And I don't want to open the door to memorials out here on City Hall. It's pandering, really. Months ago, I asked all of you to facilitate the reopening of small claims court and unlawful detainers here in Burbank. I feel that would serve all our citizens, our seniors, our disabled, where it's difficult to go and expensive to park at outlying cities. Where are we at, Mr. City Manager? I haven't heard a word from you on this. You said you would handle it. Okay, and I want to give a special shout out, and I want to slow down, and I want to take my time on this one. Burbank Chamber of Commerce, well done. They did something that the four of you could not do. They gave a consequence. They had a State of the City address, and they said, Mayor Anthony, you're not welcome. Stay away. And you did. We had a meeting here that was 7.5 hours long. I called in from my vacation, and I listened to it, and it was shameful what happened. Ms. Perez, you giggled your way through the whole meeting. Mr. Schultz, you praised him. You forgot what you were here for, Ms. Takahashi, and I was disappointed in you too, Ms. Mullins, that you didn't handle the serious nature. It took the Chamber of Commerce to do something serious about it, and it's really just a slap on the wrist, but it was something. And to Craig Sherwood and Ross Benson, I listened to a podcast, and you were involved in that, Mayor, and they said it's going to be no holds barred. We're not going to tell you the questions in advance. And even they took turns praising you. And that was a sham as well. And they wrote an article, Sherwood did, about this Chamber of Commerce event, and they did not tell the people the truth of why you weren't there. They didn't even mention one word. These two fellows are biased, and we're not getting the truth. The citizens of Burbank are not getting the whole story of what went on in that Chamber of Commerce State of the City address. It was shameful the way you've conducted yourself. And the school board, last thing, 7 seconds, they're getting ready to ram a $600 million bond down our throats again.
Thank you. Max Yelby, and that's my last comment card. Go ahead. You can start. We'll listen in.
Good evening, dear esteemed council members and staff. So today I'm coming because basically I realized actually that my apartment was remodeled, and this is great because I'm an aspiring TV writer. So there's two characters. It's me and the previous property manager. So, okay, August 27, 2019 at 8:28 p.m. Hi, Max. I'm sorry for the short notice, but I tried to schedule other residents, but they were not available. Is it okay if we replace your kitchen cabinets tomorrow? You will need to empty them. Please let me know as soon as you can. Thanks. 8:55. Can you give me at least one day, like Thursday? How long is this going to take? Are you also replacing the sink and the bottom cabinets? 9:03. It's a day-long job. All cabinets and sink too. 9:32. 9:18. It will need to be tomorrow, or it will take 2 weeks. Let me know if it's a yes. If not, I will reschedule it. 9:32. Tomorrow is fine. 9:42. What time are they coming tomorrow? 9:45, around 9 a.m. Are you going to be home, or do I give access to the workers? 9:47, I'll be home. So in 1 hour and 19 minutes, I basically schedule the remodeling of my kitchen. Also, I forgot to mention that this year, February 2023, they came and they did also my carpet in 6 hours. So the second page, the question is, how often do I need to change my kitchen? I mean, you can also ask yourself this question: how often? When's the last time you changed your kitchen? And also, how often do we need to change the carpet? So I just do quick. I'm not the smartest tool in the box, as my mom liked to say, but I'm not the dumbest either. But every 10, 15 years, you can change your kitchen, remodel it, and then every 5 to 15 years, you can actually also change your carpet. And this might be an amazing thought, but I was thinking, like, you know what, those workers, they could actually come to my studio, work on the kitchen, and get this, they can also work on the bathroom at the same time. And I Googled that also. It looks like it's probably going to save them 15%. It's going to save them money, so they can do this whole work. I just calculated this. I look at it. If they were to hurry up, it would be 10 days, 10 working days. So it's like 2 weeks. But the AB 1482 is talking about 30 days, SB 567, probably the same thing. So I just want to say thank you, and I want to say those renovations are not substantial. They are unsubstantial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's my last speaker card. We'll go to the phone calls.
The first caller is Martha Urell.
Hi, Martha. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Martha Urell from the Maui Apartments. I'd like to thank the city attorney for contacting Drake Real Estate Group regarding the ordinance that was passed. They acknowledged by taping a letter to our door stating that the revised notice to vacate is forthcoming. So my question is, since we're going to be vacating from our premises, has the Community Development Department figured out where is the influx of all these displaced tenants going to live? Every place we look, it's expensive. We want to stay in Burbank. We want to stay here. As Max mentioned, the repairs in his apartment have already been done. I've had some repairs done myself. My question is, we are still facing the unaffordable housing. Has anything been done to help in that situation? That's all. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Todd Kay.
Hi, Todd. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Burbank. I'd like to preface my comment with this. I live a vegan, cruelty-free lifestyle, and that means I don't indulge in the pleasantries of eating meat. I pay a premium price on every item I purchase to ensure no animals are harmed for my benefit. However, my empathy has a line drawn, and this line is with household pets, elderly citizens, and the meek. The coyote population is becoming domesticated. We have identified a homeowner that provides water and boiled eggs to the coyotes. Just last week at 9 p.m., I was walking and 3 coyotes caught my attention. I watched them reach that home that she's feeding them, where there were 3 more coyotes less than 10 feet from her, playing with each other's tails as if they were her 3 German Shepherd dogs. They treated this property as their home base. I don't live on the top of the Burbank Hills. I live below Bel Air Street. Last week, a coyote jumped my 7-foot backyard wall and was in my backyard at 10 a.m. Today, my elderly neighbor called me because coyotes were in her backyard, and she couldn't get to her car to leave. She attempted to scare them to no avail. Last week, she reported seeing 6 coyotes in her own backyard. My cousin's dog was recently eaten. My friend's dog was bitten. And we all know of the tragedy in Woodland Hill last year. I want to understand how we can allow a homeowner to feed the coyotes when it is clearly unlawful. Based on a chart from the Urban Coyote Research Project, our concern level is reaching the highest limit. I need you to be alarmed and step up for the residents of Burbank. Please and thank you. Good night.
Todd, before you go, could you please email the city council that information? He did. Okay, thank you. All right, moving on.
The next caller is Peach Devatian.
Peach, you have 3 minutes.
10 minutes. Nice.
Sorry.
I don't need too much. I don't need too much time. I just want to say how disappointed I am with the decision. There was a whole agenda item to decide what was the consequence going to be for Mayor Anthony's Riddick actions and feedback and commenting and just gaslighting the whole situation and making the matter so much worse than it was already. Nothing was done. I can't even say that there was a slap on the hand from the council members. So to say that you failed your community, yes, you did, council members. To say that such actions were tolerated by high authorities that are tax paid, you really disappointed the community. And hopefully this won't be going on. Mayor Anthony did say hopefully it won't happen again, but you know what? There has to be some kind of action. This was not even a slap on the hand. It was disgusting how it was handled. So did you script this whole thing to play the people of Burbank, all the signatures that were collected to recall? Yes, I understand there is few and limited time awaiting Mr. Anthony, but there has to be some kind of consequence. There has to be. It's not okay. All the people that got up that podium, all the calls that were made, all the signatures that were collected, all the uproar that was brought up, nothing was done, not even a slap on the hand, and that is disgraceful. That's disgraceful to the community, to the history of Burbank, the beautiful community that Burbank holds. That was just absolutely disgusting and so disappointed, and people are fighting to have matters come back and for something to happen. So this is not a rest. We are just brainstorming right now and trying to figure out what the next step is. Burbank is on the watch out. Thank you.
That was our last caller.
Oh, okay. Now is the time for, for being no further public comment, I'll close the public comment period. Brief response from council, city manager, and city attorney. If it's okay, Mr. City Attorney, could you cover something that was spoken?
Yes, so both as part of the closed session public comment, we had 10 speakers show up about the Aleppo Pines matter, and also Ms. McKinnon spoke during public comment about the Aleppo Pines. The initial 3 trees were removed on the schedule provided on the door hangers. Those were removed under a categorical exemption. The city is currently in active litigation, so there's not much we can say about the legal proceedings regarding the remainder of tree abatement. However, the city has initiated a secret review process on the remainder of the trees. So that process will be underway. The CEQA process is a public environmental review process that identifies potentially significant environmental impacts as well as mitigations for each of those potential impacts and does solicit public input. And I believe the November 1st community meeting was publicized on the announcements at the beginning of this and is also on the city's Parks and Rec calendar for November 1st. With regard to Mr. Schlossman, I actually do have a draft memo that my staff prepared on court consolidation. The small claims courts were moved out of Burbank and consolidated. Our local small claims court is Pasadena. That was part of a $350 million court consolidation. However, since 2018, 2019, they've actually been encouraging court call, and since before the pandemic, all small claims court appearances can be done electronically, and in fact, majority of them are all done electronically, which we found to be more convenient. In fact, our own claims people at the city attend those meetings remotely. So filings are done electronically and appearances are done remotely. It's possible someone could appear in Pasadena, but the court actually encourages all of that to be done virtually so people don't have to travel at all. I will look at the memo and we'll provide it as part of the weekly management report, and should council wish to have follow-up, we can do so. But I apologize to Mr. Schlossman. He did ask about that some time ago, and my staff did provide it to me, and it was an oversight. I haven't provided that since.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple things. First off, with respect to the reflective paint, we could certainly look at that. No guarantees. I know our public works staff always does a good job of trying to figure out new technologies and how to do things better, but we could certainly look at that for the dog park. And then also I'll have Ms. Garcia come up just to clarify the Little Theater and kind of how that fit into the Olive Park master plan, and just put a little bit more context in case you want to ask for that back.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony and council members. Marissa Garcia with the Parks and Recreation Department. So really briefly, our prior operator of the Little Theater vacated that facility in March of 2020. And at that time, staff went in with our partners in Public Works to assess the facility to see what needs, building needs were necessary to kind of freshen that building up, take care of whatever, so we can go ahead and reutilize that facility. At that time, we were made aware of significant code compliance issues, including ADA, electrical, some structural concerns that were brought to our attention, as well as asbestos. So at that time, we paused and worked with Public Works to evaluate what the potential cost would be. COVID hits and stuff happens. But we since have moved forward with our Zay Park master plan, and that building, obviously being on that being in that park, was considered and has been included in our park master plan. As Ms. Wirtz mentioned, the consultant did label that facility as a multi-purpose room. We have clarified that. It is now currently labeled as a 5,000 square foot performing arts space. Again, this is still conceptual. We absolutely know that there is a dire need for performing arts theater space in our community, and the last thing we want to do is take away. So the plan is to, as we move forward, we are entering into the feasibility study for the master plan, and as this project moves forward, the intent is absolutely to utilize that space as whether it's a theater, a performing arts space. There still will be plenty of community engagement as we move forward with this master plan.
Okay, a question, yeah?
When is this supposed to be complete? The master plan to begin? And
it's multiple years, several years. So we're doing the feasibility. We will have some information. We'll most likely be requesting some funding so we can move this project forward. But it's our intent to keep this project moving forward. We're actively looking for funding and grants. And just as a reminder, that master plan will be done in phases, so it's not such a monumental project. So we will be looking at how to phase that master plan and looking to the community as well as council to help us prioritize what we do first. Sure.
But just to clarify, the Grove Theater, the Little Theater, what do we call it?
It's the Little Theater.
Okay.
The company that was there operating and managing it was the Grove Theater Company.
I gotcha. So the Little Theater currently in its state as it is not usable.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Any other response to public comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. As always, those of you who are regulars, thank you for coming out each meeting, and those who have not spoken before, thank you for taking the time, and those who called as well, and those who also commented before the closed session. Let's see. Speaking of the Little Theater, I have some thoughts I will bring up later on the agenda items moving forward, but I wanted to just do a shout out to Ms. Romero. The Playhouse in the Park is lovely. I just want to say I love that the way that sounds. To Mr. Rosati's question about the dog park, do we have an update about the dog park, or what's the status on that?
Good evening again, Marissa Garcia with Parks and Recreation. The dog park is currently in the construction design phase. So we have a design, we're moving forward. We are going to have a community meeting since the project was slightly stalled a little bit. So we will have a community meeting, I believe in January. First part of the year, we're gonna wait till after the holidays, engage the community, and move forward. So I definitely will be reaching out to Mr. Rosati to get some more information, but certainly we will be looking at that project, and we are excited to bring that forward.
Thank you. That's so exciting. That's been a long-awaited addition to the community. I remember years ago when I first got started in advocacy, that was one of the things that people were talking about, was getting a dog park. To Mr. Donahue's point about the Olive Avenue and the BRT, when are we going to be getting the next update about the BRT coming back to us?
Yes, we are coming back with a proposed agreement with Metro, I want to say, before the end of the year.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think it's been scheduled, so at that point, you can, discuss it.
Great, okay. So keep an eye out for that. And then to Mr. Hawk, thank you for the invitation for this Harmony of Halloween. Is he still here? Did he take off? Oh, he left, bummer. And I'm so bummed because I'm going to be out of town. I can't go to that one, but it sounds so cool. We are a Halloween town in Burbank, so this is so appropriate for us. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can help them get the word out in the community about this event. Let's see. And everyone who's here, I hope you'll go. Cool. And then to Miss Walla and Miss Gable Luddy, I am interested in this as well, and I will be bringing up something on during the agenda item portion later. Just want to let you know that I'm definitely listening to that and very interested. And I got the emails, haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Mr. Pimiento, thank you for letting us know that the Chandler Bike Path anniversary, 20th anniversary. I can't believe it. Wow. So to that point, I hope we are doing something, Ms. Marissa Garcia, about the 20th anniversary. Hopefully that's happening, and I would love to be a part of that. So thank you for that. And then lastly, Mr. Yelby's comment about cabinets not being a substantial remodel. That was something that we did talk about during the discussion about our ordinance. So I hope that we can find a way to coordinate with Mr. Yelby and just find out what's going on and help make sure that that's not being used as an example of a substantial remodel in his case. So, all right, that's all I got. Thank you again, everybody, for your comments.
Sure. A strong and hearty congratulations to all the amazing city employees. Thank you for all the work you do. You are phenomenal, and oh my God, 45 years. Thank you for sticking it out in the city of Burbank that long. Wow, I can't even begin to thank you. congratulations as well. I'm going to take a point of privilege to our amazing Met team officer. I'm so proud of her personally. I can't wait to see the things you do in your PhD, and very well-deserved scholarship. And then to the folks, I'll keep it brief, to the folks that came and shared public comment. I know items 5 and 8 were brought up. We will address them when we get there. Thank you for coming and speaking on those items. For folks who came to speak about ongoing items, thank you for doing that. We hear you. Thank you for staying in communication. It's important. And for the Little Theater folks, thank you for your advocacy on this item. I too was looking forward to bringing that up later. And overall, thank you for seeking art spaces in the community in Burbank. I think that's really important. And finally, I will just say a reminder, it is illegal and not to mention dangerous to feed wild animals, especially coyotes in California. Please don't do it.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I do agree. I kind of got me kind of concerned with having to feed coyotes. So please, especially if there's children around or dogs or pets in the house. So that's a concern. I want to start off, of course, congratulating Disney on their 100-year anniversary. Congratulations. We're so happy to have you here in the community. I want to also congratulate the firefighter of the year, the employee of the year, all the recipients of the awards. We're very fortunate to have you, all the employees that celebrated 20 years to 45 years. As a public servant myself for 35 years, I know the amount of work and dedication that goes into serving our community, keeping it safe, beautiful, and doing all this with a smile on your face. And we appreciate all the work you do. And so congratulations to everyone. I did write down the same exact items that my colleagues talked about, which is the theater at George Eisey. So I'm looking forward to get that report back from Parks and look at the master plan. The reflective paint, we did address all that. SB 423, and it's something I think at the end of the meeting, like my colleague, I want to just make sure that we are on the right track, since we've already have put a lot of efforts in meetings and listening to everyone that lives in the Rancho, that we want to make sure we are starting our year in 2024 on the right track in protecting the Rancho area. So I'll be asking also, as well as my colleague, or we can both talk about it at the end of the meeting, to ask for
You can ask for an agenda item, but we
Yeah.
won't be talking about it.
No.
Okay.
I would be talking about asking for an agenda item. How about that? Makes you feel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So with that, I think we addressed the Chandler Bikeway. So I'm interested to listen to some ideas from maybe you guys, and letting us know what it is that you're planning. That will be helpful to maybe discuss that and see how we can celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You can time me. I'll do it in 30 seconds or less. Congratulations to Disney. Congratulations to all of our incredible employees. Thank you to all who came in person and called in for your comment. In the spirit of keeping it brief, as the agenda says, I have nothing to add. I agree with the sentiment of my colleagues, and I'll take your comments into consideration. Thank you.
Hey, that was pretty quick. I do appreciate everyone coming down. Appreciate all the employees for sticking around through the whole beginning portion. To the public commenter earlier, I'm well aware of how Mr. Donahue feels about me, so I'll take the compliments when I can get them. I do appreciate you come down. When you do, you're very cordial, you're very polite, and when we disagree on stuff, we can have that debate. So I always appreciate you coming down and having that conversation. To Mr. Schlossman, I was approached by the Chamber of Commerce, and they had very real concerns. During the weeks leading up to the State of the City, a number of city employees and individuals not even working for the city, but tangentially related to the business of the city, received death threats, even a couple bomb threats. There was real concern that my name at the top billing of a very public event would be dangerous. The chamber very politely came down to City Hall, met with me, and asked me, please, we would like to not have you there because of all of the firestorms surrounding you. The reason I said yes, and this is a personal reason for me, I understood why they asked me that. And I agreed with them that there's probably some aspect of danger. But at the end of the day, the State of the City includes a taped performance, a video that was scripted, rehearsed, and filmed by the staff and starring the mayor. Every year, that's what happens. I consider that a piece of production, a performance. 3 of the top donors, sponsors, to the State of the City were Warner Brothers, Disney, and NBC Universal. I'm a member of SAG-AFTRA, and I do not cross a picket line. I said no to attending. I agreed that there was danger, but I knew it was the right thing to do because there's still a current contract negotiation happening. I didn't want my presence at an event paid for, in part, by the studios to be seen as being biased, to be seen as favoring one side or the other.
Mr. Mayor, this is going beyond brief
Okay.
responses to public comment.
Thank you for asking, and that's my reasoning. Thank you. We'll move on. Now's the time for consent calendar, may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, can you please read the consent?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. We have 4 items on tonight's consent calendar. Item 1 is approval of the city council minutes of the regular meeting of October 3rd, 2023, the special meeting of October 4th, 2023, and the dark meeting of October 10th, 2023. Item 2 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of September 12th, 2023. Item 3 is adoption of an ordinance to amend the city's zoning ordinance related to the conversion of existing businesses with drive-through and new and existing drive-through restaurants. And item 4 is adoption of a resolution designating the city manager or assistant city manager as the authorized agent for the State of California Governor's Office of Emergency Services.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I'll second.
Second, any discussion, debate?
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
That was much more brief, right, Mr. City Attorney? Okay, good.
This is the time and place for the hearing for project number 22-000-7623 concerning introduction of an ordinance to Title 10 of the Burbank Municipal Code pertaining to the development standards for accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, junior ADUs, in all single-family and multifamily residential zones and on any lots with proposed or existing single-family or multifamily uses. Before we begin, are there any ex parte or other disclosures relating to this hearing?
No.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
All right, do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, including emails and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, there was one.
Okay, thank you. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Hi, good evening. May I have the slides up, please? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and members of the council. My name is Joseph Pangilinan, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department's Planning Division. Alongside me is Assistant Planner Fatima Benitez. Tonight, you are being asked to consider a zone text amendment to modify the existing development standards for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units to ensure consistency with state law. More specifically, consistency with changes to the California Government Code Sections 6585.2.2 and 6585.2.22. On September 28, 2022, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 897 and Assembly Bill 2221. These bills are two of several housing bills signed into law by the governor to address the state's housing crisis. Beginning January 1st, 2023, these bills require that local ministerial approval of ADUs and JADUs that meet all applicable development standards, inclusive of new standards under SB 897 and AB 2221. In addition to the requirements in Senate Bill 897 and AB 2221, the city may only impose objective development standards on new ADU and JADU projects. The proposed zone text amendment would ensure consistency between the city's ADU and JADU development standards and these new state requirements that took effect on January 1st of this year. The urgency ordinance was passed on December 13th, extended on January 24, 2023 for 10 and a half months, and is in effect until December 12, 2023. This allowed the implementation of specific interim development standards that would ensure consistency between new state ADU and JADU laws and the city's local regulations while planning staff worked on a zone text amendment. Regarding the necessity for a zone text amendment, the ZTA would permanently establish ADU and JADU development standards consistent with current state ADU law and avoid inconsistency and confusion. Failure to pass the ZTA prior to the urgency ordinance expiring would maintain the inconsistencies that may affect the validity of the entire ADU ordinance, which would further diminish local control. Going over the development standards themselves, ADU and JADU projects are allowed in single-family and multifamily residential zones as well as lots with existing single-family or multifamily residential units. Detached ADUs located within a half mile of a high-quality transit corridor or major transit stop can have a maximum height of 18 feet. An additional 2 feet in height beyond the maximum 18 feet will be permitted to accommodate a roof pitch on the ADU that matches the roof pitch of the primary dwelling. If there is an existing or proposed multi-story multifamily dwelling on the lot where a detached ADU will be located, the maximum height of 18 feet shall also be applied. This is a fairly minor increase in height limits, given that the height limit for a detached ADU prior to SB 897 is 17 feet. This height limit also will not increase any affected attached ADUs, which would still have a top of roof height limit of 30 feet. Furthermore, an ADU that complies with all other applicable development standards may be built within the front yard setback of a lot if it is otherwise infeasible to build such an ADU in other areas of the lot, while maintaining the minimum rear and side yard setbacks. Please note that ADUs built in the front yard are limited to 800 square feet in area. To encourage backyard ADUs to encourage backyard ADUs builds as much as possible, if it's proven infeasible to place an 800 square foot ADU in the backyard while maintaining the 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks, the proposed ETA establishes a process to reduce backyard setbacks to as low as 2 feet side and rear to increase the chances of feasibility. If it's still infeasible, applicants can build up to an 800 square foot ADU in the front while maintaining as large a front yard setback as feasible. SB 897 requires that all permitted junior ADUs that do not include a separate bathroom shall include a separate entrance from the main entrance to the structure, with an interior entry to the main living area. The installation of fire sprinklers will not be required in an ADU if sprinklers are not required for the primary dwelling unit. Additionally, the construction of an ADU will not trigger a requirement for fire sprinklers to be installed in an existing single-family or multifamily unit. Under California Government Code 6585.2.2, SB 897 defines objective standards as standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant and proponent and the public official prior to submittal. Other notable amendments to the ADU ordinance shall include ADU projects providing a code-compliant parking space beyond what is required for ADUs or ADUs would be eligible for an additional 120 square feet. A covenant requiring that the additional space be maintained must be recorded for the project to be eligible for this incentive. Existing state ADU laws limits on-site parking requirements to one space, and in some cases prohibits cities from imposing any on-site parking requirements. The parking provision incentive is to encourage applicants to provide more on-site parking and to reduce potential off-site impacts. Two-story ADUs are now permitted but must still comply with stated height limits. Any areas within the ADUs that exceed 12 feet in interior height will be counted twice towards the maximum ADU square footage. To go over the remainder of this presentation, here's Fatima Benitez.
Thank you, Joseph. Regarding community outreach throughout the ZTA process, planning staff held 2 virtual community meetings to obtain input and answer questions from the public regarding the ZTA. The first meeting was held July 12, 2023, and the second meeting was held on September 27, 2023. Planning staff also met with the members of the public who expressed interest to staff and city officials regarding the ZTA. In these meetings, staff received feedback regarding square footage incentives for providing parking and using square footage as an incentive to avoid building ADUs in the front yard. In response, staff included development standards that grant up to 120 square feet for providing parking beyond the requirement and limiting front yard ADUs to 800 square feet. These exhibits show the minor difference in a visual impact between a 17-foot tall ADU and an 18-foot tall ADU. Please note that only lots within a half mile of high-quality transit corridors or major transit stops, as well as lots with existing or proposed multifamily residential structures, would be eligible for the 18-foot height limit. As a response to the increase in maximum ADU height that would be applicable to most of the city, staff is proposing amendments to the ADU ordinance that include the removal of the 12-foot top plate height, as well as the addition of a development standard that would double count areas within the ADU that exceed an internal height of 12 feet towards the maximum allowable square footage, consistent with the standard applied to single-family dwellings. Staff believes that this standard would allow residents and developers added flexibility in their ADU design while still limiting the potential visual impact that these ADUs may have. These exhibits show the potential visual impact between 2 ADU development scenarios for a 1,000 square foot 2-bedroom ADU. The first would be a 20-foot tall 2-story ADU, and the second would be a 14-foot tall 1-story ADU. This 2-story ADU would occupy a smaller footprint due to the development standard that requires that any areas within ADUs that exceed 12 feet in interior height will be counted twice toward the maximum ADU square footage. This exhibit shows an elevation drawing comparing the difference in visual impact and the 6-foot height difference between a 1,000 square foot 1-story ADU and a 1,000 square foot 2-story ADU. Please note that a 20-foot detached ADU is allowed if done to match the roof pitch with the primary dwelling. So what does this mean for the residents of Burbank? Applicants and/or owners are afforded added flexibility in ADU design. Property owners with no feasible way to construct an ADU in the rear yard would be allowed to build one in the front yard. Additionally, the city currently has 12 pre-approved ADU plans that can be accessed via our city website, and there's an ongoing effort to take in pre-approved ADU plans as long as they comply with the state and local building codes. The ZTA modifies the ADU ordinance to establish objective development standards that are consistent with the current state law. The ZTA helps to maintain local control while imposing development standards that help protect existing neighborhoods. Rejection of the ZTA would leave the city susceptible to legal challenges to the validity of the entire ADU ordinance, which further diminishes local control. Also, if the city's local ordinance is invalidated due to inconsistencies with state law, the city will be required to process ADUs ministerially in accordance with very minimal development standards outlined in state law, with no local refinements. Establishing a state-compliant local ordinance maximizes the city's ability to plan responsible ADU and JADU development while adhering to state law limitations. The ZTA implementing SB 897 is exempt under CEQA. California Government Code Section 65860 requires that modification to the zoning code be consistent with the adopted general plan and the rest of the general plan Burbank Municipal Code, including the city's zoning code. The proposed ZTA is consistent with at least 13 of the Burbank 2035 General Plan land use and mobility-related goals and policies. The ZTA is consistent with the 9 findings required for ZTAs that add a new use outlined in Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-1-1991. In conclusion, staff requests that the City Council recommend approval of the zone text amendment to preserve the public health, safety, and general welfare. The ZTA will eliminate any inconsistencies between the city's regulation and the state law that may leave the city susceptible to legal challenges to the validity of the entire ordinance, which would diminish remaining local control. As for the next steps, if the city introduces the proposed ordinance, then the second reading is tentatively scheduled to take place on November 7th, 2023. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank amending Title 10, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to update the existing development standards for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in all single-family and multifamily residential zones and on any lots with proposed or existing single-family or multifamily uses to ensure consistency with state law. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, great. We will now open the public hearing. To hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter, you may complete a salmon comment card. I don't know what's going on with me today. My brain's not working. Everyone gets 10 minutes, yeah. Salmon public hearing card. If you want to call in, you can also do that, 818-238-3335. So I have so far one card, Mr. David Donahue.
For 3 minutes.
For 3 minutes.
Because the last thing you said was 10 minutes.
I know, that's right.
3 minutes, okay.
10 minutes, right? Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. Thank you for your comments earlier, Mr. Mayor. I was at the Sustainability Commission. I know that council members Mullins and Takahashi and Perez were there. Apologies. And it was a pretty hard meeting, so I have to give you guys some credit for having to handle that. I was completely triggered. And it was hard. Well, it wasn't hard. I yelled from the audience. Minute 24, Mr. Mayor, if you want to hear my exact comments, and they were not horrible. They are things that you just reiterated. ADUs, I know a little bit about them. I'm a member of the Casita Coalition, which we advocate for housing. Luis Miramontes is a lobbyist with the Casita and also the Bay Area Cities of Governments, probably one of the most effective lobbyists in California helping write ADU laws. So I believe that what's in front of you now is compliant, it brings the city up to code, and I think that it works. There are examples of ADUs everywhere in the city and they're being effective. But there's going to be something coming down the road in 2024, January, and that's AB 1033. The condo conversion of an ADU. The jurisdiction needs to approve it. You need to say it's okay to do it. There are certain things that's going to give some cities some control about it. The lenders, if you have a loan on your home, are going to have to sign off on it. There's things you have to do. You have to record condo maps. But it gives, in my opinion, a true missing middle housing component that has never existed before. Because you're talking not the average, let's say 1,200, 1,400 square foot single-family residential home in Burbank, and you're taking it down to maybe 600 square feet. So just thinking about the per square footage cost, it's going to be that much less than that primary house in Burbank, which is about $1 million. Unless you have an ADU in the back like I do, it's about $1.4 million. So you have a lot of value. But it's one thing that I remember that several of the council members have said that, your families could not afford to buy in Burbank. This is probably one of the most powerful and most effective because it's not SB 9. SB 9 requires you to do a lot split to be able to sell it. That takes about 18 months to 24 months and costs about $30,000 to $40,000 just to split the lot. SB 9 development, which, by the way, is happening immediately behind my house and is at those 20-foot plate heights, is done by developers. Developers are doing these big 4-unit developments. So going back, focusing on gentle densification, Vice Mayor Schultz, you said that years ago, and I still remember it to this day, is one of this 1033, and I know it will be agendized, Mr. Ramirez will probably help, or Mr. Prescott. It'll be something to be exciting. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. I'm out of comment cards. Do we have any phone calls on the line?
Yes.
Okay.
The first caller is Jim Casey.
Jim Casey, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, staff, and members of the community. My name is Jim Casey. I've been a resident of Burbank for over 24 years, and I'm a residential real estate agent and head up an organization called Preserve Burbank. Accessory dwelling units are destroying our residential neighborhoods. They are increasing street parking, decreasing privacy, decreasing views, decreasing daylight, etc. The irony is that the term accessory typically means an addition to something. You add accessories to your automobile, like a trailer hitch or a car top carrier. An accessory isn't pulling another car behind your car. I understand that we're being forced to allow for these second homes, even being forced to allow for fourplexes to replace single-family homes. On our current trajectory, we won't recognize Burbank in 5 years. I watched the August 28th Planning Commission meeting where a great deal of time was dedicated to the possibility of front yard ADUs. I spoke with the Planning Commission Chairman, Chris Rosati, yesterday, trying to better understand the proposed reduction of side and backyard setbacks from 4 feet to 2 feet. He was very helpful. He explained that there are approximately 40 homes in Burbank where the existing homes are set back well beyond the minimum front yard setback of roughly 25 feet. Essentially, these homes have almost no backyards. I'm not sure how reducing the side and backyard setbacks for these properties will allow much more room to build a 1,000 or 800 square foot ADU or even a junior ADU. If you have little or no backyard, you probably don't have enough room for a backyard ADU. What I'm concerned about is that reducing the backyard and side yard setbacks from 4 feet to 2 feet won't really make much more room for these types of lots. But instead, if it's allowed to be applied to all ADUs across the board, simply allows for a significant increase in the size of ADUs on traditional lots. Reducing the setbacks, especially in the case of two-story ADUs, will have a significant impact on the adjacent properties on both sides, directly behind, and those that are 1 or 2 lots over. As a real estate agent, I immediately consider the negative impact these ADUs will have on the privacy of the surrounding neighbors, many who have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on pools, patios, and conversation areas. Instead of making it easier for what is supposed to be an accessory dwelling unit, we are making it easier to build second homes, which most residents do not want, and even more people don't know is even possible until one starts to go up next door or behind them. If we cannot stop the onslaught of these ADUs, I'd like to ask that we do not make it even easier to go big or go home. Unless we limit these reduced setbacks to only properties that could also build a front yard ADU, my vote is no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That was our last caller.
Oh, okay. All right, that's our last caller. I will close the public comment period. Staff, do you have any response to public comment? We had 2 commenters.
Yes, Mayor, Joseph Pangilinan, CDD. I will start off by responding to Jim Casey's question about the 2-yard reduced setback. So, planning staff's intention with this was that we wanted to essentially make the front yard ADUs be allowed as a last resort. So the first hurdle, basically, the first ring that you would have to pass is that one, we would verify that an ADU could be built outside of the 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks. Now, if that's proven to be infeasible by the applicant through provision of a site plan or some more planning document that would show that that's not possible, then we would reduce the setbacks to 2 feet. And then if they show that that's not feasible either, then we would allow them to build an ADU in the front yard. So this is it. So it doesn't, as Mr. Casey is describing, it doesn't necessarily allow all ADUs to be built within 2-yard setbacks from the side and rear. It's mostly about providing another round of qualifications or before an ADU would be allowed to be built in the front yard. So I hope that clarifies that. And then in regards to Mr. Donahue, he brought up AB 1033. Obviously, as you may know, that bill was passed last week. Staff is aware of it, and we are looking into it currently. If there are any further actions that staff needs to respond to, we will respond to. We will come back to you with that. So those are my responses to those questions for now. We did receive questions from Ms. Takahashi, from Councilmember Takahashi, but I'm not sure if I should respond to that now. Okay, so I'll go over your questions one by one. And so the first question, do the pre-approved ADUs still comply with the updated ordinance? Yes, the 12 pre-approved ADUs on the city's list would be compliant with the updated ADU ordinance if you pass them as is. Has there ever been a discussion to increase the availability of pre-approved ADUs? Yes, the Building and Safety Division has been meeting with ADU developers who are looking to have their plans included in the city's list of pre-approved ADUs. Furthermore, we have discussed a comprehensive effort to consider future pre-approved applications, but that would require funding for consultants to review plans and initially help establish the process for application, submittal, review, and approval. This collective effort is estimated to take up to $250,000 for consultants and take approximately about 8 to 10 months to complete. We are also aware of recently passed state laws that would streamline the intake and review of pre-approved ADU plans, and as I mentioned before, we'll come back to you if any further action is required to that, regarding that. Any discussion with Woodbury regarding 3D printed ADUs? Planning staff has not had any discussion with Woodbury regarding 3D printed ADUs. Woodbury would have to work with the Building and Safety Division to ensure that the 3D printed ADUs would be compliant with building code requirements as well as ADU development standards before they can have their ADUs included in the city's list of pre-approved ADUs. Furthermore, the Woodbury ADU is currently undergoing review by the City of Los Angeles Building and Safety to seek final permit approval of the project to ensure compliance with the applicable state building codes. The building codes that would be applicable to similar structures being built in the city of Burbank. Are there any ADU incentives and rebates? In terms of direct financial incentives from the city, no. But we are providing square footage incentives for providing parking spaces beyond what is required for each ADU. We also included an incentive to place ADUs in the backyard versus placement in the front yard by only allowing front yard ADUs when it's otherwise infeasible to build an ADU in the backyard, and in all cases limiting front yard ADU construction to no more than 800 square feet, which is smaller than what would otherwise be allowed in the rear yard. Furthermore, the city kept its ADU application fees low during the most recent fee study, and while keeping on task with the shortened 30-day shot clock for review of ADU applications, so review times have improved and fees have been kept relatively constant. How many ADUs have been added for this year? Based on Building and Safety Division data, the city has received a total of 255 ADU applications, which are at different stages of plan check review and building permitting. These numbers far exceed the envisioned 120 applications that were anticipated for the 8-year planning cycle of our current housing element. Have ADU builds slowed down at all due to the increased cost of materials and increased interest rates? Though we noted that there was a slight decrease from 2021 to 2022 of about 65 ADUs. So 2021 had about 317 and 2022 about 252 permitted ADUs, respectively. However, these numbers far exceed the 120 applications that were anticipated in the 8-year planning cycle of our current house element. Also, we don't have the data to necessarily show a correlation between interest rates and building costs and that decrease. Do we expect any change in AD demand or the number of builds with this ordinance change? Staff expects that the updated ADU standards will add flexibility, increase development options, and encourage more residents to consider the development of an ADU. Once submitted, the new regulations will continue to facilitate the streamlining of ADU plan check reviews, which help remove further uncertainty while keeping the costs down. For more, here's the city planner.
Just to follow up, we did receive one correspondence from the California Housing Defense Fund, which I think you all received a copy of. And we're going to respond to these as part of some revisions to the regulations from today to the second reading. But in general, we have responses that I feel, once presented to you as part of the second reading, will address all the issues regarding the concerns of deed restrictions, which are really based on voluntary efforts by an applicant to actually put an additional parking space beyond the applicable, and in the process of doing so, being able to request an additional 120 square feet of square footage. That is part of the feedback we received from stakeholders as providing additional incentives for people to put on-site parking. There was other questions regarding whether certain standards were objective or not. And I believe we do have language that we will be updating that will actually provide greater specificity and address those particular issues. And last but not least, and I think it was referenced earlier, regarding new legislation that recently passed. Up until this point, we had language in our code that in essence had kind of a snapback provision for ownership occupancy of ADUs. And it was anticipated that as the regulations were previously written, that that particular provision of excluding owner occupancy would end in 2025. However, the new regulations have removed an expiration date on precluding owner occupancy requirements. So we will also be providing some language that addresses that, so that if at any point in the future owner occupancy again gets reinstated, it would be reinstituted in our code automatically. Last but not least, I believe there was comments regarding the land use table and the reference specifically to, if you guys can refresh my memory on the actual language. It's in the land use table. I don't have the code in front of me, but basically, if it's otherwise preempted by state law, yeah, that's the provision. We recommend that that stay in the document, and the reason for that is that based on staff's assessment in talking with the city attorney, that this language provides greater assurances to HCD when they do review our regulations, that the ordinance and the interpretation thereof will remain compliant with state preemption law. So it is important that that be in there. We did the same thing for AB 2011, and so that is more of a reassurance. But I can also assure you and the community that if there are changes, you will be made abreast of those changes both as a recommendation, and then ultimately you'll make a final decision on that. So we continue to have that dialogue, and as you know, on an annual basis, we have to report to you and then eventually to the state on how successful our programs in the housing element are, which include ADU requirements. So with that, I close.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I just want to supplement Mr. Ramirez's comment about the Housing Defense Fund letter briefly. The first comment that they have in the letter comments that a covenant can't be enforceable by the city, and that's not true. Covenants are essentially agreements. They're agreements where an additional right is conferred upon the property. We use them in many contexts. State environmental regulatory bodies use them in many contexts to ensure cleanup. We use them when someone wants to build a use and they don't have enough parking. We allow covenants so that they can use parking on a different property or hold two properties as one. So the general statement that they make about the unenforceability is not true. A covenant could be problematic in some context, but not in the context in which staff had proposed to use it. The bigger problems are state law changed last week, and staff's been working on this ordinance for the better part of 10 months. So naturally, they'll have to make some revisions to account for bills that'll be effective on January 1st.
I see. The language before us has none of that change.
Yeah, so 1033, 567, 423, all approved last week.
Gotcha.
The
Okay.
12th, like late last week. And so,
I was wondering why the second reading was so far out.
well, so what's happening is there was a temporary suspension of our owner occupancy covenant, which last week just turned permanent. And so there was utility in keeping our own language in there for a year, in which case it would spring back into effect when the last state law expired, or when the date that's in the law expired. That's now, with the bill signed by the governor, there's now kind of a permanent ban. We'll see what the revision ends up being, but it's less likely that we'll have that authority returned to us in 12 months.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Any questions?
Yes, I do have some questions. If possible, on slide 11, where it talks about parking provision incentives, I'm just wondering what type of incentive, if somebody does not have space on their lot to add an additional 120 square feet for parking, how would that be accomplished?
Good evening, Council. Joseph Panglian, CDD. I think you might be confusing. So the parking, you're speaking about the 120 square feet. That would be added. That would be added to the maximum allowable square footage for the proposed ADU, and that would be. And the required parking space would have to satisfy a dimension of 8.5 by 19. So. In this scenario, like if you were to provide that through an uncovered driveway or even a covered parking structure of some sort, if you were to and you were to also supplement that with a covenant ensuring that that parking space be maintained throughout future development on that subject lot, that would be that's kind of the trade-off there. So are you asking what?
Yeah, I just wanted where it says parking provision incentive, I'm assuming, and thank you for clarifying that, because we do want to make sure that we supply enough parking to resolve the issue of having people parking on the streets, taken 2-3 spaces. So
that's right.
Incentivizing them to say, okay, we'll, if you put in parking in there, there's the 120 square feet.
Correct.
Okay. My other question. So under page 2 of the staff report, when it talks about the, it prohibits, it's like on the 3rd or 4th bullet up in the top page, which talks about prohibiting denial of ADU due to corrections of non-conforming zoning conditions. Would it be possible if someone is building an ADU and we notice there's issues, violations in their construction, that they would do it during our inspection of the ADU or working with them on the ADU, and I'm not referring to the actual ADU itself. Let's say there was
Like an
something-
unrelated structure?
Yeah, that was not permitted before. Would it be possible for us to try to make that correction as staff to say, okay, you're not complying with certain code regulations and you need to correct it?
I mean, we could make them correct that, but that wouldn't preclude from the approval or the continual processing of the ADU.
Sure.
That would still, the ADU would still have to be processed, and, you know, if it's within plan check, and the shot clock would still be in effect, but like, if there is, I mean, if it's in the middle of construction at this point, as you were mentioning, that would, I guess that would be just an issue of just kind of rescheduling and re-inspections. But in terms of like, this is more referring to like if there was like, let's say, a non-permitted shed on a different part of the lot.
Right.
That, we wouldn't hold up the ADU approval just because of that shed, essentially. We would have to have the property owner or applicant address that issue separately at a different time, outside of the ADU processing.
I understand that's what the language says, but this is also a way to get things in compliance while we're out there. I mean, we're not going to just walk away because there's, okay, I see a shaking of head. So we're not going to just walk away because the language says we're not going to address these issues. We're only specifically talking about ADUs.
Right. We would make it we would make a note that with code enforcement, we would utilize the mechanisms possible to correct those infractions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that's why I want to make sure so we can, while we're at the field, we can correct some of the issues we're having. So I want to talk about the 2 feet that I know the caller, Mr. Casey, talked about, and I want to get an understanding. I heard 4 feet. I've always been told or aware that it's a 5 feet clearance. Does that only apply to utility clearance from the back of the house? You know, having that access for utilities, is it 5 feet? I've never heard of 4 before. So
Sure. So the 4 feet side rear setback requirements is based on a state law. That was a minimum that's applied by the state, and that's applied to all ADUs. As far as like the 2 feet, the reduced setback, we actually met with Burbank Water and Power Public Works in regards to the feasibility of being able to provide service to ADUs with those reduced setbacks. They expressed concerns as well. And in the language in the code, you may find in the red lines as well, in attachment 1 as well as attachment 2, like you'll find language clarifying that that reduced setback is pending their, but that they can deem it feasible essentially in being able to provide service to that ADU with that reduced setback.
Okay. I mean, I look at my property and there's a pole right behind in my backyard, and I know there has to be some clearance in that area. So does that mean before it gets approved for the setback that BWP will have to give us the approval on that?
Scott Planbeck, Planning Manager. To clarify, yes, we check for easements as well as setbacks. So there's 2 things we check for when we get the plans in. One is the required setbacks per the what's required in the ordinance, and the other thing we work with our colleagues in other departments, including Public Works and BWP, are easements, and the easements may be more than the 4 feet. It could be 5 feet. It depends. So we check with our colleagues to confirm that a structure is not being constructed within that easement area.
Okay, I knew there was 5 feet somewhere.
That's a common easement size, but it can vary. Just
right.
Okay, thank you. So I do want to, and Mr. Ramirez, you touched on the. It's on attachment 2, page 11, in regards to otherwise required by the state law, in notifying council of any changes or updates, and it's really for transparency purposes to inform the public of what's going on. So I'm not sure what would be the mechanism if things have changed and we leave this language as written. How would we notify? How would you generate a staff report to come to council and say, oh, the state just made some more changes and here are the updates?
Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director for Planning, the same way we do it every time, and that is through the public hearing notice for an update to the zone text amendments. So what the language allows us to do is that we don't miss a step in the process, because what we're assuring the state is that even if we are in a period of time when we're reviewing the regulations, but we have to enforce them that day because certain things come into effect, we're not going to somehow have our code fall into a situation where someone would argue that it's now no longer in compliance with state law. So the whole point of this thing is to create kind of a protection for the city so that we can continue to review applications in compliance with state law, and where there are things where the language no longer matches up with those requirements, that we undertake the process of updating the zoning regulations, and therefore that is what's going to be coming forth to the community through our zone text amendment process, which means we have a public hearing, and more often than not, we have a community meeting, and then eventually those regulations, per the way our code is written, they have to make their way to the city council for another public hearing for you to consider those changes. So that's the intent. So there's no, having the language in there does not somehow create some sort of alternate path for updates to the zoning regulations. We still have to follow what's our prescribed requirements in the code, and that is embedded in the whole idea in the general plan of enhanced community engagement. So we have to come back. So that assurance is there already. But what it does is it protects us from saying at any point in time if someone's challenging, well, your particular zoning regulations are out of compliance. Like, no, we say that they're allowed if we are preempted by state law. And that's the same language we have in AB 2011.
So another word for that is a severability clause.
Okay.
We're basically keeping the ability to enforce it if there's a challenge that we're inconsistent. If it's not, our ordinance could be struck from the books, and then we don't have our own law to enforce. So that's to try to ensure in this rapidly changing area, and even changing interpretations or case law, because as you know, HCD and the AG are actively challenging cities that are anti-housing. And so if there's an interpretation or a case law that might be adverse to a way that we've interpreted the law to apply to our code, it gives us the ability to pivot and still enforce our code without it being contradictory.
Thank you. I have one last clarification. This goes to the PowerPoint presentation, and I just maybe need clarification. On slide number 7, it says that ADU in the front yard will be limited to 800 square feet area. Then on page 7 of the PowerPoint presentation, slide 13 and 14, it demonstrates visually what it would look like if you have 18 foot tall and 17, and then also 2 stories versus 1 story. But it does say 1,000 square feet. Is this for the front yard? Because the maximum is 800.
Sure. Joseph Pangilinan, CDD. So the 2 ADUs shown in the diagrams on slides 14 and 15, they're referring to rear yard ADUs only, not front yard, since ADUs in the front yard would only be limited to 800 square feet.
Okay, so I was under the impression that if you go up to second floor, then it reduces.
The footprint.
It's still 800 square feet up and down, but it reduces the size in the front, correct?
Correct. So ADUs in the front yard would be allowed to go to 2 stories as long as they're within the height limits, which depends on their distance to high quality transit, major transit stops, and whether they're utilizing a roof pitch that matches the main dwelling. But in those scenarios, yeah, they can go to 2 stories as long as they are within 800 square feet, and as long as they are compliant with the stated height limits.
Okay, I think I was hoping to see one in the front, what it would look like. So it says 1,000 square feet,
I see.
And we're talking about 800 square feet, so it kind
Right.
of. it-
Yeah, we put that diagram in there just kind of to show the difference in terms of footprint between one single story and two-story ADUs.
Okay.
Did you use 1,000 because it was a round number? Is it?
Well, it was just
you're not supposed
it's
to.
also like the stated maximum that we have in the code right now for two-bedroom ADUs.
Okay, but we're going with 800 in front.
On the front, yes, only.
a maximum. That's why I wanted to clarify because
Right.
this shows 1,000. So.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank
Apologies
you.
for the confusion there.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
I agree, Councilmember Mullins. I was looking forward to seeing some of the examples of what it looked like in the front. I'm just fascinated by that.
We do have some photos that we can show you of examples of ADUs in the front. These are just examples that we took from other
You have them ready to go?
Please note, they're not in Burbank. One of them is in Palo Alto.
Well, sure, because we don't build them in Burbank yet.
No, not yet. But yeah, so as you can see, we have two examples here, one of an attached ADU to the left and a detached ADU to the right. Neither of them are one of them actually has a second story.
Yeah, that's definitely a two-story.
Yeah.
That was my only question.
All right.
Thank you.
This is a hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. So I just want to be crystal clear. So Assemblymember Ting's bill, AB 1033, no further direction you need from council tonight? You're already looking at that?
Yeah, we're currently looking at that.
Okay, thank you. No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few more that came up while others were speaking. It's curiosity. So again, about the front yard, doing an ADU in the front yard. I'm curious if a typical lot in Burbank where the house is in the middle and there's a front yard and a backyard, can an 800-foot ADU even fit in a front yard, or would it have to be a house that's set back on the lot farther back? I don't know yardage or footage enough to be able to visualize that.
So I guess in this scenario where the house is somewhat in the middle,
Yeah.
from the front and the back, we would obviously have to take a look at what the submitted site plan is and usually how that would fit first in the rear, as I mentioned, because obviously we would look at front yard ADUs as a last resort. So we would examine plans, see if there's enough room for at least an 800 square foot ADU to be built in the rear yard. As mandated by state law. And if we can't, we'll look at 2 feet side and rear setbacks, see if that's feasible. And if it's not, then we will consider a front yard ADU at that point.
Okay. And if somebody has a pool in their backyard, and can they use that as a reason why they can't build in their backyard and then use an ADU in the front on a lot like that?
Right. We wouldn't. Yes, that's correct. We wouldn't force somebody to, pave up their pool.
Right, that's why I was asking if it would even fit, because I'm curious if that's possible to have a pool as an exception and then fit a small ADU in the front as a way to build.
Right, yeah, in those scenarios, it could be exhibited that, like, we wouldn't force an owner to remove their pool just to accommodate an ADU in this case.
I appreciate that, because I had it in my mind that these would really only be used with, you have a house that's at the back of the property, but then as we were speaking, I was thinking there might be other scenarios that might happen in different ways. Speaking again of the potential for having a ADU in the front, am I reading this correctly, section H setback, that the front ADU doesn't have a required setback from the sidewalk? Is that right?
So that is correct. State law doesn't give us the ability to require front yard setback, like an objective number for front yard setback distances. So in this case, staff will obviously be working with applicants to set back the ADU as furthest as possible, while complying with structural setback requirements from any adjacent dwellings, whether it's the primary dwelling, other accessory structures. So we would like these ADUs, even if they're in the front yard, we would want them to be set back as further back as possible.
Yeah.
Wait, can you just repeat that again? You said, there's not a front setback allowed?
Correct. SB 897 states that the front yard setback cannot be used as a kind of a standard to
Right.
deny an ADU.
So it can be built all the way up to the sidewalk,
Right.
technically.
Well, it says to deny, but,
Right, it can't be something that is required that they have to set it back.
oh,
Right.
oh,
But-
wait,
but-
but that's different. Using it to deny an ADU is not the same as.
Well, it's essentially we can't set that development standard. Like we can't set like a 10-foot or 15-foot front
You
yard.
can't do any front yard setback.
Yeah.
Well, we can't impose that, but we can work with applicants in terms of finding room for them to put the ADUs as further back as possible.
Okay, but that's only if the other backyard setbacks are exhausted. You know what,
Correct,
do your
correct.
thing, I'm
Yeah,
gonna go.
yeah,
That's correct.
Exactly, exactly.
I
Speaking
have another line of
Speaking of the backyard setback, okay, so moving from I understand the concept of moving from a setback to a two setback to try to find space in the backyard. But I'm trying to imagine a space of two-space setback between a building and, say, a wall or a fence or something. That's not even barely enough space for a person to squeeze back there. So is there any concern for that space being difficult to maintain and to keep up, or if there's any issue to get in there to deal with that space? Not just, I mean, you're talking about the utilities and all that, but I'm thinking just getting back there too, in case, you know, I don't know, an animal dies back there, or there's some sort of like growth that you need to deal with, you know what I mean?
No, I understand. We set that 2 feet setback, as I mentioned, to kind of increase the feasibility of building ADUs in the rear yard. But we also kind of took into consideration that there are many existing structures that are whose setback is way less than 2 feet already. So we were looking for kind of a middle ground, at least to be able to have it be somewhat accessible, because obviously making it closer would really make it inaccessible there.
Yeah.
And I think that would also be, I don't want to speak for BWP or Public Works, but that would be very difficult for them to provide service in those scenarios. So we were kind of looking for the closest that we could that could potentially still be serviceable by those departments.
I think it's important to say there are zero setback properties. There's thousands and thousands of units in Southern California that have no setback.
Yeah.
And then we also have properties that have zero space between the walls.
Yeah.
So,
And I was actually thinking that a zero setback might, in some cases, be better than a 2-foot setback. I mean, I'm thinking, our garage is a zero setback, it's on, literally
Right.
on the property line, so our neighbor shares that wall, and so we don't have to worry about maintenance because that's their yard, so there's like, it's a whole area. Whereas if it had just a very small, I guess 2 feet's about like that, right? Then it'd be much harder to maintain that space, and I think that in some cases, it might even be better to have it right up against the property line in order for it to be easier and better for that property. I don't know, just consideration, that might be better.
Right, no, understood, and yeah, we do understand that there might be some difficulty in like maintaining landscaping within those little spaces, but kind of our priority was also just to be able to work with BWP and Public
Right.
Works to ensure that these closer ADUs could still be serviced. So once you get closer, the concerns kind of,
Yeah.
it becomes more concerning from a public
Yeah.
health safety standpoint.
And I get that for the utilities, but I'm
Correct.
just wondering if there might be a possibility, maybe CUP or something, that would allow some properties to be able to use that space differently if it makes sense to put it on a zero setback, just to make it less, challenging to maintain, and maybe move it away from the other utilities on the other side. It's like our garage isn't anywhere near the utilities on that side, so it's just an example, just to offer more options to create more space in the backyard.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, Assistant Director Planning, Fred Ramirez, we looked at those options. The 2-foot, if you think about an eave overhang and having it boxed, that kind of space that we're talking about is actually just that type of setback from a property line. So there's enough space to actually get there to do repairs. The other thing is, as you get closer and closer to the property line, what happens is you start getting into situations where you have fire breaks that you have to make. So now you have to start walling off and not having openings. And that we've had that discussion with building and safety. And even within that window of 2 feet, there may be opportunities to get some light and air into the building, but not huge, large openings. So we talked with BWP, we talked with Public Works, and the 2 foot is probably as small as we'd want to go.
Yeah.
Typically, accessory structures, you have some at 3.
Yeah.
2 is enough, but the real thing is the trade-off of 2 less feet than the 4 required by the state, and the ability to potentially, even if it's a small percentage, but reduce the number of units that would end up in your front yard or on your neighborhood in the front yard. I think it's something for the council to consider as a concession, because the alternative could be a lot more difficult. And to the point that Mr. Casey was making, it's kind of our last resort. We really want to do everything we can to not upset the majestic sight lines that you have in your neighborhoods. And I think this is another example where the state had the best of intentions to deal with some properties where we have some properties like that they have a 50 to 60 foot setback, and the houses are built all the way in the back. Well, there was a point in time when ADUs would come forth, and we'd say, sorry, it has to be behind the house.
Right.
So they were stuck. So now people have advocated for this option, and the solution sometimes is worse than the actual situation that exists. And now we have to apply it across the board to every property. That is the dilemma there.
Yeah.
As opposed to allowing cities to tailor them to these specific scenarios, we're all being cut with the same knife. And unfortunately, that is one of the problems we're having. So this scenario is a concession, but it's a concession to preserve the neighborhood character and the street frontage. But I just want to get back at one last thing, and then I'll sit down finally. And that is to Councilmember Mullen's question regarding the 800 square feet. The one thing is, even though we say you can allow up to an 800 square foot in the front yard, the one example you saw, the photograph, showed a small one-story structure that was not 800 square feet. It was probably 400 to 500, the size of a garage. And if you think of it that way, you used to have garages that you could turn into. So you drive in and turn left, and it would look like it was an attached part of the house.
Yeah.
In theory, that was one of the concepts, I think, that a lot of the designers of the law were trying to say, well, you could put something in there. But by putting this 800 square foot, now they've created another scenario where, you're right, someone could put a two-story structure, they could jam it in that space and have a 0 lot line. So once again, instead of letting the local communities tailor the regulations to the local needs and the local character, we have the state telling us, broad brush, everybody to do this regardless of what the conditions on the ground are. So we're in the same boat with you. We feel the frustration, we know the concerns of the community, but these are the best things I think we have, best tools we have currently in place, and that's why we're bringing them to you.
All right, thank you for the explanation. I have 2 questions about parking.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So my last 2 questions are about parking. I understand from what you said that if the property owner adds more parking availability, then they can increase the size of their ADU. Where would they put the parking, the extra parking? What would that look like on a property to add extra parking for the ADU?
Okay, Joseph Panglin, CDD. So the provision of parking can be done a number of ways. So you could install a new driveway. Essentially, you would work with Public Works on the curb cut. It would still be subject to the development standards that we apply to driveways and curb cuts. But essentially, that provided driveway has to be able to fit at least one 8.5 by 19 space within it. It doesn't have to be covered. So it doesn't have to come in a carport or a garage, but it just has to be at least a surface that could fit that one car provided beyond, or in this case, like if the ADU is required to provide one space, the applicant or owner could provide 2 spaces, and they would have to provide stalls or parking spaces that could fit code compliant dimensions, 8.5 by 19.
So like doing a double parking.
It could be it could be side by side. It could be side by side. Like it could be a 20-foot wide driveway.
Right,
it could be a driveway that goes in forward, and it could park tandem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can they replace the yard? Can a resident replace half their yard with a parking space?
Well, they would still be subject to like the hardscaping limitations of 45%. So if they don't surpass that and they don't surpass the 20-foot wide limit, then they could be allowed to do that. But yeah, they have options. They could hardscape the rear yard. They could.
Right.
But yeah, we grant applicants flexibility in how they want to kind of use this.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea, the incentive to try to keep the car parking off the street. I understand that. At the same time, I'm just trying to imagine trying to build an extra parking spot and add an ADU on a property that might be tough to get that in there. So I get the idea of adding an extra square footage as an incentive. I don't know. I'm just still trying to do the math in my head. So following up on that, again, with the idea of reducing parking on the street, has there been any thought about folks who don't have cars or who have just one or two cars? They have a lower number of cars than you'd expect for the amount of residents they have, and any kind of incentive for that approach rather than encouraging the ownership of cars and making more space for cars, but instead reducing the car ownership in the first place so they don't have to park on the street. Has there any been thought about that?
I mean, that's a fair point you raise, and given that we're in a very car-centric society, parking has been one of the forefront concerns that residents of Burbank have raised. So that's what we mainly prioritize in this case. It would be very difficult for us to be able to provide like an outright, like a flat incentive to everyone, and be able to kind of target non-drivers specifically, because any incentive that a non-driver would be able to utilize, the driver would also likely be able to utilize as well.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much for those additional questions. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. I guess I would also just like to add, we did receive an email from Simon Hamill. I believe he also emailed you all. So I'd like to be able to address those comments. He provided recommendations that we require. So currently the R1 section of the code requires the two trees are placed somewhere in the property, although preferably in the front yard. He wished for that to be a requirement to be placed in the front yard, potentially as a way to, and also development not be allowed in areas where a tree is currently located. It looks like a kind of way to kind of stifle ADU development along the front yard, which I understand, but that would go way beyond the scope of the ADU ZTA, because it would be amending the R1 section of the code, which does not govern ADUs and JADUs. That's a completely different section in ordinance.
Wait. So you're saying trees, you can't factor in trees with the zone text amendment?
No, because one, the development standard governing trees is in the R1 section of the code, not in the ADU ordinance. It's something that's applicable to R1 developments and hillside developments. So for us to alter that as part of this ZTA would be beyond the scope of because we're doing this to be consistent with state law, and doing that would be an overreach, and especially given that it would likely result in the stifling of ADU development. It would be something that we anticipate HCD would push back on.
Oh, interesting. Okay, continue.
And he also made suggestions about implementing rent control on all non-owner occupied detached single units under 1,000 square feet detached, and junior AGU applications, as well as deed transfers after December 1, 2023, as well as residency can be proved up annually with IRS or state tax forms for the exemption from rent control, as well as low income deed restricted properties that would also be exempt. State law currently prohibits the city from requiring owner occupancy of ADUs until January 1, 2025, and this prohibition was just made permanent by AB 1033. If state law ever changes back to allow cities to require owner occupancy, the city's ADU ordinance will require owner occupancy of either the primary dwelling unit or the ADU. Residency will be established through annual certifications furnished to the city. Under state law and city's ADU ordinance, the junior ADUs require owner occupancy of either junior ADU or the remaining portion of the single-family residence. Any effort to impose rent control on non-owner occupied ADUs or junior ADUs would need to be considered during a consideration of a city-wide rent control program. So as the previous comment, it goes beyond the scope of what the ADU ZTA would be for.
Well, we already have AB 1482. How does that apply to the current? Doesn't apply to any ADUs or any of that? I mean, if you're building multiple units on a single-family lot, does it not qualify? Like what? Does someone know how that applies? Because it was taken, the owner occupancy was taken away, and AB 1482 had that in there.
But I believe you have to have a notice in the lease that's it's exempt from AB 1482. So it's nuanced. It's not just they're exempt, but the notice has to be in the lease that they're exempt, or there may be some right. But we're not proposing rent control as part of this ordinance.
Well, no, but under state law, AB 1482 is what I'm talking about. Current law, how would that apply to these new units? Is it
So single-family residential
right?
and ADUs are not included, but in order to be exempt, you have to meet certain requirements.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying.
A tenant could have rights if the landlord doesn't follow the law.
Gotcha.
So the law was written to provide an exemption, but the landlord still has to meet their burden to communicate that in the lease.
Gotcha. Okay, that part still applies. Okay, thank you. I'd like. We've been talking about it in little pieces, but I'd like to do just a straight walkthrough of Jim Casey's original comment about the setbacks, and then move that to the front. Someone comes in, they have a single-family home, they have a front yard, they have a backyard. They want to build an ADU. Can they walk in and say, hey, I want to do a front yard ADU? Does staff say, well, actually, we theoretically just passed the zone text amendment that said, actually, you got to put it in the back? Is that the first thing that happens when they come in and say?
So the first thing that would happen is we would require a site plan from them showing that if they really wanted to build in the front yard, and that's their first choice, they would have to exhibit in the plans that a backyard ADU cannot be built. So if there's a pool,
Okay.
other accessory structures, just a limited amount of space, if they can exhibit that in the site plan, then we would look at it with the reduced setbacks of 2 feet.
Oh, so first they would apply with okay, so they say I want the front, they have to prove that it doesn't work, and then we offer them the reduced setbacks,
Correct.
the
And-
2 foot.
Correct. And if that doesn't work, and then we offer them the front.
So someone can't just come to you and say, hey, I want an ADU in the back with 2 foot setbacks. They can't apply for a 2 foot setback.
Not if they can not if they can build it before. And we would be able to see that in a site plan that they would submit.
If their designer is familiar with the code,
Right.
they would bring in a site plan that shows where they want it in the front and why they can't do it in the back and why they can't do it in the back with 2 foot side yard setbacks.
Right. Once they've passed all that and they're in the front yard, and we're talking about a front yard ADU, do they still qualify for a 2 foot setback on the side, or does that go back to a 4 foot setback?
It goes back to 4.
Okay. But at the end of the day, we could talk with them about it, but they could potentially have 0 setback at the front.
Yes, we can't prevent that.
We had mentioned a little bit about easement. How does the easement come into play? Is that before they've submitted the plan? Do we have the easement set on all the lots beforehand, or?
Yeah, so yes, easements, so when a building permit application or an ADU comes in, one of the things that we first check as part of the zoning pre-clearance is whether that the proposed location of the ADU encroaches upon any easements, public utility easements, any other type of easements. So we check for that in the beginning, so we ensure that it doesn't encroach.
The maximum square footage in a rear ADU is what?
1,000 square feet for 2 bedrooms or more, and 850 square feet for 1 bedrooms or studio ADUs.
And then the front ADUs?
It's 800.
800 capped. Was there any thought to giving more square footage to a front yard ADU if they made it attached, rather than trying to go all the way up to a 0 front setback?
No, as a way to kind of encourage rear yard ADU development, we wanted to keep that limit to front yards. So we wanted to incentivize rear yards ADUs as much as possible.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm okay. All right. Questions done? Yeah. Yeah. All right. I will be. I will declare the public hearing closed. The council will now deliberate. What is the council's pleasure? We can do a discussion. We can do a motion. Whatever you like.
Oh, go ahead. You can make the motion.
I was just gonna say, if everybody's ready, I feel like we got a lot of
Yeah.
questions out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank, amending Title 10, Chapter 1 zoning of the Burbank Municipal Code to update the existing development standards for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in all single-family and multifamily residential zones, and on any lots with proposed or existing single-family or multifamily uses to ensure consistency with state law.
Second, and I would add great presentation and great report from
Very
staff.
thorough.
And I also like the whole submitting questions in advance. Like, I know it was a little anticlimactic, but that was so darn efficient. Let's keep that up. That's great.
And just for my own sake, before we go to the vote, when this comes back with all the other updates, if you do find a way to create some incentive for that, to not do the zero setback in the front, if there's some option, something like that, I'd like to see it. I'm not saying there is, but if you see something, do bring it back. Okay, we'll go to the vote.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have 4 reports this evening to council. After the presentation, only in-person public comment will be taken. Those are the yellow comment cards. All right, first report. The appointment to fill 1 vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a full 2-year term. Madam City Clerk, please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony and members of the City Council. Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. Tonight, I will be presenting item number 6, appointment to fill 1 vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a full 2-year term. On September 1st, 2023, the City Clerk's Office began advertising and accepting applications for the vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a 2-year term. This vacancy is a scheduled vacancy for Board Member Ruth Martinez Bainan, who serves as one of the 2 representatives from the City of Burbank, and her term is set to expire on October 31st, 2023. In order to obtain qualified candidates, a notice of a scheduled vacancy was advertised through the city's website, City Council meeting announcements, all social media platforms overseen by the City Clerk's Office, a press release sent to the LA Times, Burbank Leader, and myburbank.com, notices posted on the City Hall bulletin board, the Burbank channel during City Council meetings, and through community groups and organizations. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's Office for the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors was Monday, October 2nd at 5 p.m. The City Clerk's Office received 3 applications: Kimberly Narcete, Ruth Martinez Bainan, who is the incumbent, and Josh Caston. The applications are listed in the order they were received. Please note that Josh Caston has also applied for the 1 vacancy on the Board of Library Trustees, and if appointed to the corporation, his name will be removed from consideration for the appointment, which is scheduled to be presented to the City Council at the October 24th City Council regular meeting. However, Mr. Caston indicated that his first choice would be to serve on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors. If you have any questions at this time, I'm happy to answer them.
No? We'll go to the vote. Yep.
So we'll do a show of hands vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's that?
Kimberly Narcete.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Public comment, any yellow cards?
No.
Okay, sorry. Good call.
Kimberly Narcete. Ruth Martinez Bainan. And Josh Caston. Ruth Martinez Bainan is appointed. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Ruth. All right. Next report is, wait, am I on the right page?
Yes. Update to Burbank Water and Power's energy risk management policy. Mr. Joseph Lilio, Chief Financial Officer for the Burbank Water and Power. Hello. Yeah.
All right, good evening.
This is your first presentation to the council, yeah?
Is.
Hey.
To the council, yes. I've given several to the BWP board, but
All right, you're very well dressed for someone at BWP.
Nice three-piece
It's
suit.
good.
I love
Thank
that.
you.
It's very
Thank you,
good.
appreciate that. So good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and distinguished council members. My name is Joseph Lilio, the Chief Financial Officer for Burbank Water and Power. I've been with the city now for almost 5 months. So tonight I do have a brief presentation on BWP's energy risk management policy.
If you're not careful, you'll be here 45 years. All right.
So the energy risk management policy, or risk policy as I'll refer to it moving forward, provides framework for decision-making, sets policy objectives, and sets guidelines and internal controls over the following 6 risk areas. The first being energy price, where there is risk of energy price fluctuations. The second, capacity risk, where there is risk of not having sufficient energy to meet retail peak demand. The third, operational risk, where there is risk of transmission curtailment, unplanned outages, and natural gas restrictions. Fourth, locational risk, potential price differential between 2 energy delivery points. Fifth, credit risk, where there is risk of counterparty non-performance, either for physical or financial power purchase agreements. And then the last, regulatory risk, where there is risk of not meeting compliance obligations and variability and intermittency issues of renewable resources. As a quick background, Burbank Water and Power's energy risk management policy was initially adopted in 2003. This was provided guidelines for prudent power supply risk management. The risk policy was developed to address the issues and situations caused by the California energy crisis in the early 2000s. So that's where the policy was originally developed from. The policy has been periodically updated between 2003 and now, with the last update occurring in 2017. So it's the last time this was presented to City Council. The update before council tonight was brought to the BWP board last fiscal year. The major changes to the risk policy are the energy management risk policy was broken into 3 parts. The risk management policy, which is attachment 1 in your council packet, hedging plan and procedures, which is attachment 2, and the credit policy, which is attachment 3. Previously, this was one policy document. Also, the assignment of counterparty credit limits for energy purchase and sales are now based on the public credit rating agencies, S&P, Standard & Poor's, and Moody's. Previously, BWP would base it on the transactions from the counterparty's financial information alone, so we are no longer doing that. Staff has brought this policy up to date as the energy industry evolves and is faced with new risks, such as changing market conditions, new regulatory requirements, change in the environment, and adapting to retail customer strategies. This updated policy recognizes the opportunity to employ retail customer strategies such as demand response program, time of use rates, customer battery and storage, and electrification as additional tools to mitigate high energy prices during retail peak demand. BWP board feedback was, so the feedback that the board gave when we presented this policy to them last year was, this policy provides great divisions of oversight in a complex environment, prevents speculative hedging, and significantly reduces risk to the ratepayers. The board embraced the goal of hedging at 90% and continuously seeking opportunities to hedge. Having this policy in place is viewed positively by the rating agencies such as S&P. And finally, the board recommended presenting the policy to City Council. And Councilmember Takahashi had sent an email asking what the board feedback was. So energy risk management policy. The risk policy to support BWP's mission, which is to develop with a goal to deliver reliable, affordable, and sustainable electricity. The risk policy also sets the parameters to guide decision-making. The new policy separates the previous risk policy into three parts, as I previously mentioned. This updated policy provides a framework to identify and mitigate various risks within power supply resources, such as price, physical delivery, volumetric capacity, regulatory compliance, and operational credit risks. The risk policy defines the roles and responsibilities of the Risk Oversight Committee, also referred to as the ROC, and aims to manage price and physical delivery risks in the power supply portfolio while ensuring compliance with relevant regulations. The hedging plan and procedures provides a step-by-step instruction that outlines a strategy for risk mitigation and fuel and power portfolio, including controls, procedures, and roles for the ROC. This chart illustrates the organizational structure under the risk policy. The ROC is a management committee responsible for overseeing and managing BWP's risk management program. There are 7 voting members, and this committee typically meets monthly. The 7 voting members are the general manager, assistant general manager of power supply, the chief financial officer, energy control center manager, power resources manager, power production manager, and a financial planning and risk manager. Also, the assistant city attorney does attend these meetings. The ROC oversees BWP's energy procurement practices and ensures trading activities are in compliance with the energy risk management policy. ROC will monitor segregation of duties among various staff. So we have our front office, which consists of traders and schedulers, so it's energy traders. The middle office, which falls under finance through the financial planning and risk manager, and then the back office, which falls under finance and includes the accounting staff. And to touch on the segregation of duties and function, one of the primary objectives for the risk policy is to properly segregate duties among staff involved in the process and transactions. The front office is responsible for trading, scheduling, generation dispatch, resource management, and power system operations. The middle office, with the assistance of the front office, is responsible for energy settlements and trading confirmations. The back office is responsible for invoicing, reporting, and monitoring compliance with the policy. So these are key that these segregations of duties are in place. The back office is also responsible for performing risk analysis and generating financial risk reports to monitor potential risk exposure in the power supply portfolio, including counterparty risk exposure, mark-to-market, the power supply risk exposure, and as outlined in the hedging plan. So hedging plan and procedures. Hedging refers to buying natural gas or electricity and related products for future delivery at fixed prices to remove the volatility in prices for future supply that may result in extreme price spikes. BWP, like other utilities, is subject to gas and power price volatility. To maintain price stability, BWP employs an energy hedging strategy that locks in gas prices by entering into contracts for future delivery at a fixed price. And this is for our Magnolia Power Plant, or MPP, and our Lake One generating unit. BWP load and resources have evolved due to new technologies and new compliance requirements, making it important that the hedging strategies adapt over time. The ROC periodically reviews and approves the hedging plan that may also approve alternative strategies and limits. The hedging plan provides a roadmap for risk mitigation, including defining risk tolerance, establishing hedging objectives and guidelines, managing load and resources efficiently, and mitigating risk exposures and understanding the impact of retail customer programs on fuel and power costs. So retail hedging transaction limits. Opportunistic driven provides guidelines when to procure more hedging. This is typically done when forward prices are attractive relative to historic prices or budget. Time-driven strategy. When no other strategy has been executed, this is a default strategy. The intent is to protect budget to ensure certainty and a minimum level of hedging before the start of the fiscal year. And this is kind of like an individual's 401k or personal investments. You just want to keep buying every month, regardless if the market is up and down. You just religiously buy every month. So that's the time-driven strategy. Budget stop loss limit is triggered by a 10% exceedance of the budget. RLC will review the cause and add more hedging if appropriate. Budget limit is likely caused by an extreme market condition. The RLC may use its discretion to suspend this limit. So this chart illustrates the historic natural gas prices for the past 10 years and how BWP hedging strategy mitigate the ratepayers. As you can see, the spike in 2021 was driven by extreme weather and the Texas winter ice storm event. Since then, natural gas prices have remained well above $5. So prior to that, historically, they were under $5, and after that, they have been over $5 in the SoCal region. This is due primarily to post-pandemic demand recovery coupled with warmer summers in 21 and 22, lower than average natural gas storage in the SoCal region, and the shutdown of Aliso Canyon for extended period of time. Aliso Canyon is SoCal area's largest natural gas reserve. The last spike was in December 22, January 23, and this was driven by the cold snap that occurred then. So BWP's 90% hedging policy helped offset these two recent spikes from the Texas storm and the 22-23 colds. Opportunistic driven hedging. Hedges more when prices are low. Historical gas or power prices are grouped into 10 equal subsections, with 50th decile being the median. BWP uses this table as a guideline for opportunistic hedging strategies. We hedge more when prices are lower compared to historical average. So for clarity, the 20th decile on this chart means there's a 20% chance that prices will go below this level. Credit risk policy provides guidelines to a standardized credit evaluation process for all energy counterparties. The back office is responsible for updating this policy and presenting recommendations to the ROC for approval. A credit evaluation methodology that incorporates long-term credit ratings from two major agencies, S&P and Moody's, is outlined in the credit policy. And ROC will approve exceptions to the credit policy on a limited basis, including emergencies if there is limited availability of the product and resource. We do want to ensure reliability to our BWP customers. So this is a summary of the counterparty credit evaluation process. Traders will initiate a credit review request for a new counterparty. The back office is in charge of performing credit evaluation and recommending a credit limit. The CFO to consider approving the new credit limit request or increase or decrease. And in the back office will document any credit violations and report that to the ROC. So our credit rating evaluation methodology. Under this update, BWP's credit evaluation methodology is based on long-term credit rating. We map maximum credit limit, transaction tenure, and risk level based on rating from two major rating agencies, S&P and Moody's. And in the event there are differences between the two agencies, BWP will use the lower of the two. A maximum credit limit and duration of the transaction are assigned to each credit rating. at or above the investment grade. And then additionally, each rating has an assigned assigned risk category level with a maximum aggregate credit limit for each risk level. This is a quick look at BWP's trading counterparty credit profile. Most of our approved credit limits are for counterparties with above investment grade rating. 24 of the 92 counterparties have no rating. They are for purchases only. From the remainder 68 categories, counterparties, 41 are in low risk category, so rated A- to AAA. And then 27 are in the moderate risk category, rated BBB to BBB+. Of the 24 non-rated counterparties, BWP has secured collateral from 21 of them, who have either provided parental guarantees or letter of credits guaranteeing performance and payment of counterparties doing business with BWP. There is a credit limit exception for 3 non-rated counterparties that are either a federal agency, a government joint power agency, JPA, or a private company with no debt. And BWP will continue to update these policies and procedures as needed. Staff is requesting City Council to note and file this report, and with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We'll go to public comment. Any yellow cards? Okay. Any questions about the policies? I mean, when I first heard this at emergency risk management, I thought it was like we're losing power lines left and right, and how do we prevent transformers from exploding? But it's actually financial risk management, so that's actually much better. Yeah.
Go for it.
I was just going to say thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you
that's
for
great.
coming down to council for your first time. You did an excellent job.
Given that first report, we're going to be very kind to you.
Yeah.
We'll just say thank you, great report.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know this is not the most exciting material to listen to at this hour of the night. So
I will say though, you did a thing which I love. You didn't include everything or read off the slide. I know this is very teacher of me, but I appreciated that because it kept me on my toes. Thank you.
And I just add, Mr. Mayor, I agree with our general manager. I thought it was riveting. And I would also say, you clearly got the memo in kindergarten. Dress for success.
That's right.
Good, well done.
Thank you.
I want a suit just like that, so I'm going to go buy one now.
I do want to clarify, just for the people at home, correct me if I'm wrong. The last time I took a tour of BWP, they have this big screen, and they have all the prices of all of the energy running on the screen at all times. And it's changing, like, by the hour, by the minute, like...
It constantly fluctuates, and it looks, depending how far out you're looking out into the future. So we go 5 years out as well. So.
And we have 2 or 3, how many purchasers are working at any given time?
I don't know the answer to that,
Okay.
but no, we do have multiple traders
Right.
working in the
Traders.
office and also
Yeah.
remotely.
So what happens is you're buying and selling energy and power at all hours of the day through,
Yes, with the guidance of the Risk Oversight Committee. the ROC.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So this policy sets the plan on how to do that. It's if you've never seen it, definitely ask for a tour because it is exciting to. It's basically it's like the stock market. You're like,
I don't think it's a public tour.
oh, I was very privileged. to get
There's
that
a
tour then.
variety of
Okay, then.
security threats, but
okay,
lovely
interesting.
idea.
It is a secure campus, yes.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
think if
fair
you join
enough.
Leadership Burbank, you do get a tour, actually. So,
Yeah.
just saying.
That's where I got mine. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know that was exclusive. I'm okay. Excellent. Well, thank you for coming down and going through the risk management with us. We do appreciate it. It is very exciting stuff. So
All
we
right,
appreciate
have a
it.
good evening.
Thank you. Have a good night. Oh, we didn't need to vote on anything, right? Okay. Note and file. Note and file. Those are my favorite ones. All right. Third report. The consideration of the installation of an Armenian genocide memorial in the city of Burbank.
Ms. Viviana Garzon, Senior Administrative Analyst for the City Manager's Office. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, hopefully you are all as nice to me as you were to Mr. Lilio. just starting
This
with
is
that.
not your first report, so.
It's not.
Much higher standard.
It's okay. So, good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and members of the City Council. My presentation is going to be very brief tonight, but it is an important matter to the Armenian American community in our city. The request for Council's consideration of the installation of an Armenian Genocide Memorial was originally proposed by the Burbank chapter of the Armenian National Committee of America, commonly known as ANCA, and we had Chair Sarkis Simonian here this evening to speak during public comment, and he showed his support for this. It was requested as a first step report by then Council Member Springer about a year ago. So in its deliberation tonight, Council has two options. The first one is to note and file the report. I just heard this is one of your favorite ones. However, you can, if the majority of the council is interested in further exploring this request, you can direct staff to return with a second step report. And the second step report would have more information and more details on this proposed memorial, such as the recommended location, an estimate of the cost, the design, arrangements for the maintenance of the memorial, and also the financial commitment from ANCA. That is it for my report. I said I was going to be brief, so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Wait, whose agenda is? Oh. We'll give her a ring. She can start off the discussion. Did you wanted to say? No, public comment. Oh, all right, public comment. Yellow cards? No? Oh, we heard it at the beginning. That's right. There were some folks at the beginning.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just jump in with no question, but just a quick comment. Obviously, I'd be supportive of advancing it to the next step. I guess my only question for staff really would be, I don't know what your timeline would look like if it went to a next step, but obviously April will be here before we know it, and I'm sure that the ANCA would love to be able to report something out by the time of their annual press conference. So realistically, what would be a plausible timeline if the council brings it to a next step? How soon could it come back for discussion?
With the full report on considerations, I think it would take us at least 6 months. So we can provide an update in April during, around the time of April 24th. I don't know if it would be completed by then, but we can provide an update and let council know how far we are in the process.
And I'm assuming
there are multiple departments involved in the process. That's why it takes a long time. We have to figure out what is the best location, maybe propose 2 locations, bring those locations to council, talk about a design, multiple things.
And am I assuming correctly that if we were going to go out and look at potential designs, that would be an RFP process that could also take some time? Okay.
Yes, and then we have to look at the location, what we can put in there, right? There has to be an analysis on the foundation. If it's going to be at a park, is it on concrete? Is it on grass? Multiple things.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor, for that. My understanding is if council agrees to bring in a second step, that this would be really the ANCA's responsibilities to look and talk to an engineer once we identify the location. But I was under the impression that this is something the ANCA team will be looking at, the design, talking with the city in regards to the size of perhaps whatever it is that we're going to be putting at that specific location they talked about, or maybe if that location is not going to work, we offer them another location. I just want to be clear that I don't believe that we are going to be hand-holding through the process, because I understand that staff is dedicated to other things and they're busy, and I know that we have to get involved somehow with the process. But from my understanding and talking with Mr. Simonian is that this is something the ANCA will be looking at themselves as far as paying for the design, the engineering, the cost of fundraising for the design. So I don't want to leave the impression unless I misunderstood, but I think I was very clear in my questions. So this way it would be more expedited on their part to figure out what it is that's needed. unless Mr. City Manager, am I mistaken for what I just said?
We would certainly love to work with ANCA and whatever they can do to help with the process and streamline the timeline. We're all for that.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, well, I understand how much input they want to have, but it's a city thing. Like we're finding the plot, we're covering the liability and the construction.
Well, I think finding the location or identifying the location is important because obviously it's going to be on city property. But I don't know that the city is necessarily going to be involved in the design process or engineering of whatever it is that they're going to be putting, and also raising the funds to buy it or manufacture. Or they're going to have to go out for artists to request some rendering maybe from different artists. That's what I heard from him at least today.
So it would be interactive. So when I mean interactive, I mean the process would be interactive because the city has activities programmed for all of its property, right? And they have an idea in their minds what this memorial would look like. And it'll be an iterative process to determine of what it is they want to do, which sites are appropriate, which can be accommodated. You know, for instance, we have parks that sometimes are completely filled with classic cars. You know, so sometimes the space gets programmed in a way that the city has to really consider the annual use and the cycle use. So they may have a design that the city, if it's grand, you know, to a certain extent, we may not have a particular place for that. So, and that'll affect so I think the time frame might be appropriate, but the level of effort will probably be very interactive.
And we would hope that we could partner with them and come back to you saying, hey, here are some options and this is what we're looking at doing. So there's a kind of a shared understanding of what's going to happen that you could basically approve and go forward.
If I could give a suggestion, there's a strip of grass at Bud Overham Park, and on the far end of it to the sidewalk, it has like this hill that nobody can use for any sort of sport or anything like that. It's very close to the street, it's visible, and it's in a neighborhood that is frequented often by a lot of Armenian families. I would ask at least that be one of the potential sites that we look at for a memorial.
Definitely, and the things that Councilmember Mullins mentions, and also Mayor, the things that you just mentioned, that is all part of the second step process, right? That is everything that we will be looking into, asking, getting together with ANCA, discussing, figuring out, you know, what is our part and what is their part. That's part of the second step.
The only other thing I would add is, you know, from what I heard from their leaders today, something that seemed to be very important is having something, even if it's not set in stone, to present to their community on the 24th of April. Just counting, it looks like we might be closer to that in those 6 months. So maybe keeping in mind that we may want to have designs or something closer to then.
Or like a mock-up or a,
Right.
Or even as simple as maybe in the next 6 months, we could accomplish a location discussion.
Yeah.
And
Right.
even if the design and everything else came later. Just
I think
food.
for
Something tangible.
the genocide commemorative event, maybe that's something they can mention. But I just want to be realistic because the pressure may be on them to I don't want to put it like on staff right now saying, let's come back by that time, because it might take them a little longer to do it.
Yeah, and you can do something easy as a marker in the ground, the future site of, you know, something that simple to start it and then come back. You know, we have
And I
options.
know
We have
they
options.
identified originally, and this is what they've really requested us to do it here at City Hall, but again, we need to see if this is the right place for it.
Yeah. The great thing is that we are great partners with ANCA, right? We have a very strong partnership that's based on trust. So I think it's going to be a really nice collaboration between the city and ANCA. We'll get it done.
Okay. Do we need a vote? Is that just staff direction, or?
I think we do need a vote.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll move to advance it to a second step with the input provided today.
Second.
I think we got a second and a third there.
All right. Moved by Schultz, seconded by Mullins.
May I make a?
Yeah, final
friendly-
discussion,
a
yeah.
Friendly amendment, or, I don't know, maybe it's amendment or not. With the specific direction to try to have something available on April 24th of 2024. And it would be also wonderful if we could have it absolutely done by April 24, 2025.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
The next, okay.
So to have that, like.
You had me there in the first half,
Yeah.
okay.
To have it, if we, obviously, that timeline to the 2024 date is going to be a real push, but if we could have it definitely ready for sure by the 2025 date, I think that would be a reasonable.
That's my intent, and don't worry, Councilmember Mullins, if staff thinks that's not feasible, they won't do it. So we're good.
I'm actually worried about the ANCA making sure that will be done by 2025.
I think it's suggested guidance. I don't think it's a hard and fast deadline.
I'll go along.
An aspirational goal.
I'll
There we go.
I'll go along with it. Maybe that would push everybody to get it done. Yeah.
Okay, take a vote.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. This is final report of the evening, approval of the City of Burbank Administrative Procedure I-26, Flag and Light Display Policy. Ms. Viviana Garzon again. All right, take it away.
It's me again. Yay. 2 in 1 evening. Okay. Good evening again, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and members of the City Council. At the April 25th City Council meeting, I presented a first step staff report for Council's discussion on the city's flag policy. After the deliberation, Council directed me to return with a proposed amendment to the flag display policy encompassing a light display policy in there. In addition, Council requested additional information regarding the potential installation of more flagpoles at city facilities. So I would like to begin the presentation by addressing the second request, which will provide Council with context for the updated policy that is before you. So per Councilmember Perez's request, we conducted a comprehensive inventory of all existing flagpoles in the City of Burbank's facilities, and I can tell you, I feel like I am a flagpole expert now. So thank you, Councilmember Perez, for that. This inventory covered parks, community and recreation centers, the animal shelter, office buildings, fire stations, libraries, memorials, the water pumping plant, and more. In total, we identified 29 flagpoles at 24 different city facilities. The number of flags flown per pole varies among the facilities as well. So some poles have 1 flag, some poles have 3 flags. So after completing the flagpole inventory, we engaged in multiple discussions with city engineers and building code inspectors to assess the feasibility of adding new flagpoles at these facilities or attaching additional flags to the existing flagpoles. So I learned a lot about physics and flags and wind and structures and much more. So unfortunately, there is no straightforward yes or no answer to these questions. And to provide a comprehensive response, we would need a licensed engineer to assess a number of different factors, such as the structural integrity of the poles, the foundations, the size and weight of the flags, the design and materials of the flagpoles, wind loads, compliance with building codes, and other considerations. And conducting such a study would require both time from the city team and a financial commitment from the city council if we were going to pursue that. So with the council's financial goals and the list of priorities in mind, we turned our attention and focus towards updating the flag policy. So before you today is the revised policy, now titled the Flag and Light Display Policy. It outlines the process and timeline for public requests to use the light displays in front of City Hall and the Burbank Water and Power Ron E. Davis Administration Building. These light displays have been embraced and celebrated by our community for several years, and I actually have a couple of pictures to show you. So these are pictures of this year when we celebrated Pride Month. We lit City Hall in the 6 colors of the Pride flag. Currently, the Ron Davis Administration Building only has the ability to use one color in their light display, but we already purchased the new light display. It just needs to be installed, and it should be installed by January.
Oh.
Yes. So at City Hall, we actually have the ability to use 6 different colors. We have 12 lights. We can use, 2 colors per light. And then we will be able to do the same thing at the BWP building.
Same setup, 12 with 6?
Correct, yes.
Oh, okay.
This was when we lit the City Hall building in blue for Denim Day. This was actually a really fun one. This was commemorating the 19th Amendment, Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. This is one of the requests. This one and Denim Day is one of the requests that we've gotten for the last couple years, and it always comes with a request of a proclamation by council and also the light display. 16 Days of Activism Against Gender Violence. This is another one that we get a request from Zonta almost every year. And then we did do 2 special lightings when Kobe Bryant passed away a couple years ago, and also when Vince Scully passed away. And when we light up the building on these special days, we always make a mention of it during the council meeting. And it's because of something like this, someone special in our community or in the greater area that passes. And that's it in terms of pictures. So these displays are visible to both pedestrians and motorists passing by the buildings and provides an easily accessible and captivating picture backdrop for the community. I don't know if you follow social media, when we've lit up the buildings in different colors, there's a lot of selfies that are being shared and people are being tagged. And I mean, people really, really enjoy it because it's fun, right? It's fun, it's visible, and then they get to tag their friends and they really enjoy it. So they also significantly enhance the visual appeal of both buildings. I think it just adds a really beautiful display in front of both buildings. And most importantly, it conveys the City Council's commitment to causes that are important for the community. With the updated policy, members of the public may submit requests to use the light displays at both locations in conjunction with a City Council proclamation. So if someone wants us to use the light display, it has to be in conjunction with a proclamation at a City Council meeting. So we wouldn't do just the light display without the proclamation. It would have to be together. But we can do a proclamation without a light display, which is what we do the majority of the time.
Wait, we didn't do a proclamation for Kobe Bryant and Vince Scully, though, did we?
No, we didn't, but it was mentioned. It was mentioned during the City Council meeting.
I see. Okay.
Yes. There was a short mention, as if I can remember, it was, in this evening,
So you don't need an official proclamation.
No.
It just has to be said at
yes,
council.
we included in the mayor's script. Yes.
Okay.
Just because people, if they see the City Hall building lit in a color, they want to know why.
Okay.
Right. And those 2 people that passed away, Vince Scully and Kobe Bryant, are very important to the community. So we decided to.
So proclamation, or at least an acknowledgement at
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. These requests should be submitted to the city manager's office with basic contact information and details about the proclamations at least 30 days prior. And that is to give staff and the requester time to coordinate the correct meeting date, get the proclamation script ready, give a heads up to the mayor, and just prepare all those things. We have to work with the Public Works Department and the BWP facilities team to set up the light display. So it's not something that we can do overnight. That's why we are requesting the 30 days. Also, like the request for proclamations, the mayor is the one that decides on the approval or the denial of the request, but it always comes with a recommendation from staff. We believe this updated policy streamlines the process for requesting the use of the light displays and also promotes diversity and inclusion within our community and offers the public a process to engage with council and also participate in our council meetings. That concludes my report.
We have any yellow cards? No? No? I only have one question.
Yes.
Currently, we can only do the 6 primary and secondary colors, right? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Can we do pink?
You can do pink. We've done pink.
Okay,
yes.
so we can change we
Yes.
can change them out. They're not hardwired in, is what I'm saying. We can change out the colors.
No. They're programmed. Yeah.
Okay. 6 at a time, but those 6 can change.
Can change, yes.
Okay, and BWP, in theory, will be the same way.
In January, yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
I just have one question for clarification. So on the on page 5 of the procedure itself, it lists essentially staff shall present the request to the mayor. The numbers 3, 4, and 5 are all about the mayor deciding and what that process is like. Number 6 says the city manager has the authority to utilize the light displays at their discretion with the purpose of highlighting significant events, causes, or individuals. My question is, let me give you a hypothetical. Yeah. Justin thinks the Dodgers are great. Constantine very wrongfully thinks the Angels are better. And they would like to light City Hall in different colors, right? Even if it came to proclamation, who kind of becomes the deciding factor? What happens if they don't agree?
That's a very, very good question.
Per this policy, I win. So, but unless he's able to get a proclamation attached to his...
Per the proposed policy.
Per the proposed policy. So, yeah. So this just gives, the reason that we have flexibility for the city manager is because here, something may happen prior to a council meeting, right? Or we're not going to have an opportunity to get to a council meeting to do the proclamation or whatever it is. So, for instance, if the Dodgers did win the World Series or somebody prominent passed and we wanted to light up City Hall for some reason, this just provides a little bit of nimbleness for us to be able to do it versus having to go through the more formal process of 30 days. Proclamation, ask the mayor, that kind of thing.
And to be fair, right, and to be fair, you always run it by me anyway, so.
Yeah, that's correct. That's our informal process now, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to mention, we always get an email immediately with events that's happening in the city from the city manager.
This was your item, yeah? Did you want to have any input here and tell us? Yeah. I mean, it's not a public hearing. We can go. We can do.
Okay, that's. I just had questions, not comment. But
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I just had one question, and I'm not asking the question to pick bones about the past. I'm more just curious about what the process was and how it's going to be different. So I know when there was the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, I had relayed to the city manager there were multiple community members coming and asking for us to light it up. So like without this policy that you're proposing, I mean, obviously it didn't happen. So what was the process previously? Was it just you didn't want to do it, or the mayor? I mean, it sounds like it's similar to what we were doing before, but I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is what are we codifying this time that didn't exist previously?
I think it's the proclamation. I think we want to, if we're going to do the light display, let's connect it to a proclamation. So a community member can request a proclamation to, ask for peace in Ukraine in connection with a light display. And then it would be at the discretion of the mayor to approve or deny.
Essentially, we had no policy. It was a practice. So, I mean, it was a practice that was kind of
informal.
Yeah, informal.
Okay.
So so we kind of vetted out the best we could, but there was no document to say, okay, so this needs at least a moment of silence. This needs a proclamation. There needs to be something with it. Otherwise, we could get requests that we don't want, or that may be problematic, that are gray, that are going to cause issues.
And to that point, the city manager did talk to me about Ukraine specifically.
Well, I thought that was under Mayor Talamontes. That was under you?
No. The recent one that happened, a couple of months back, right?
Well, I think I'm talking
something
about
else.
Even before. It doesn't matter. So it sounds like you would normally take it to the mayor even before. Okay, got it. I understand.
There was something a few months back, but it was a discussion of, well, if we light it up without saying why, are we endorsing all of it? Are we, pro this, pro that? So without the proclamation. And I don't know if it was this.
You want some local connection to the city.
Exactly. Yeah.
Either, community of interest. Many of the things which would appear to be international, they relate to a community of interest in Burbank, and that's why you're honoring it. If you don't have any kind of guideline or policy like this, then someone could conceivably just fill these requests out on the internet and say, why aren't you letting me speak through the lights on your building, sort of thing.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to take it away?
Thank you so much. Yes. This was originally an item that I brought, agendized, and I appreciate council considering it. It was before Pride Month. I think it was April when I asked to bring it back, and June was Pride Month. And at the time, I appreciate the consideration that was put in to thinking about putting a flag up. And then the solution was to put up the lights for the first time for Pride Month, which I think was a great success. And it was a really unique Burbank way to celebrate Pride Month. And then the result of that was this policy, was a request to make this policy. So based on the info that was shared tonight, based on what was written and our discussions and previous discussions, I think this proposal really captures, this policy really captures the essence of what we were trying to get at, or at least what I was thinking about getting at with the flag, which was to show in some way, shape, or form what's important to us and what our values are and what matters to us as a city, but in a way that is also really uniting and not going to cause controversy or division. So I think this was a really nice way to show that. I like also the attachment to the proclamation because it provides a kind of a safeguard and a process that allows some filtering, and then gives other options for if there are other issues that don't quite make proclamation level, there's other options that can be attached to that. It's also relatively flexible and relatively, depending on what's going on in the world and who's affected, and it can be implemented pretty quickly. Within a month, it's not actually pretty quickly. So, and then I also think it's a really unique way for our city because I don't know any other city that does it this way. So this is kind of a neat way to say this is our city, the way we do it, and we show our character and our individual characters as a city. So overall, I really like it. I think it was a great collaborative work and a willingness to think outside the box a little bit. And when you're ready to move on, I'm ready to make a motion to approve it.
Just really quickly, I want to say Beverly Hills has the same issue.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh.
And to your credit, I also found their issues with the flagpoles. It's the same reason, right? They can't get the amount of flags on the pole. So thank you for taking the time to find that.
Yeah.
I know personally as a member of the LGBTQ community, it was important to me. And it was important to a lot of folks who brought it up, the flag issue. So just know I'll be asking for 30 Days of Rainbow.
Thank you. I do have a question. Kobe Bryant and Scully, are we going to do this yearly or?
No.
This
We
is
only
at
did
one
it when they
time.
passed.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just curious now
Unless they're
that
going
they've
to come
been.
back. I mean, I don't.
Right.
No, at their anniversary,
awesome.
the date. I just
It
want
was
to.
just the one day they passed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I remember when everyone was requested, and LA still recognizes Kobe,
They do,
every year. So I just want to make sure that this is a one-time thing that we're doing. All right. And I do agree with my colleagues. I think in the past we didn't have a policy, so having it put down in writing that we all can refer to it, great job to really find a solution to what we were requesting. And, having put some structure to it really helps us, and it helps staff to, identify who is qualified for us to turn on the lights at City Hall. So thank you for all the work you've done. And now that you've gained all this experience about the flags, you might be our flag expert here in
I'm
the
going to
city.
be a building inspector soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could start a show called Fun with Flags.
That's right. Here we go. And lights.
Mr. Mayor, I just had a quick comment before the council member makes her motion. So I like the proposal. I think it's really good, and I'm glad you brought it up. The only suggestion I would have, and I'm just throwing it out there for discussion, is your point, although silly, is actually a fair point. What if there were a disagreement between the mayor and the city manager? I have no problem with Section 6 as written, Section 3, Subdivision 6, but I do think this is one of those rare, ceremonial powers of the mayor. So I would just consider adding something like the city manager can do it subject to confirmation by the mayor within 72 hours. I mean, it seems trivial, but at the end of the day, it's one of the few powers you have there, Mr. Mayor. And it's to speak for the city with one voice. I see the point about being able to act quickly, but I do think, personally, I think the mayor should win out in that situation.
And we typically confirm anyways, but yeah.
I trust in my skills of persuasion to persuade you if I need to, so I'm good if we want to amend that accordingly.
I just have one thing. Can we say subject to a shorter time period? And the only reason I say that is something like God forbid, another tragic passing of somebody, right, where we might want to do this. Let's say Justin, I'll give you again, another hypothetical. Justin asks the mayor doesn't get back to him in 72 hours, or it just becomes a weird thing with time period and thing, if there's something kind of
I would
imminent.
even consider a 12-hour window. If it's, something that's happened.
Well, mine's not subject to any time limit. It's the request, the 30 days is the request by the public or.
Right.
Yeah.
You're talking about Section 3, Paragraph 6. You're saying that if the city manager wants to act more quickly, that you want to do it 12 hours, basically. Like, you basically got to check in with the mayor.
Yeah, and if
get
you don't hear
confirmation.
from the mayor, then you go forward, but getting that confirmation.
I'm actually of the opinion that I think leaving it as it is actually gives a little more flexibility. But if our city manager does choose to abuse his power of the lights in front of City Hall, that we can bring this back. But I understand your concern. I'm making a little bit of glib joke, but and I think that the understanding, it's clear that there's an understanding, and that's going to be going by the mayor. And that leaving it open like this does give more flexibility in case, the mayor is indisposed or there's something that is just a quick, check-in. But maybe we can just give direction that internal policy is please check with the mayor before putting any lights up, especially if your team that the mayor doesn't like, I don't know, you're the Dodgers and he's the Clippers, or not Clippers, that's basketball.
We don't have to worry
As
about
long
the
as you put up
Dodgers.
the Kings, I'm good.
Yeah, forget the
Yeah.
Dodgers.
We don't have to worry about the Dodgers this year.
Okay.
I'm too comfortable with the language. We leave a lot of, the city manager has a lot of authority to run the whole entire city. So I trust that he's going to make the right decision. And like Councilmember Takahashi said, if something goes wrong, we're always going to bring it back here on the dais and let's take a look at the policies. So give him some authority to be a little flexible doing this, and then let's see what happens from here.
How about instead of with confirmation from the mayor, with consultation from the mayor?
Well, I think that's
I like
certainly
that.
more in the spirit of collaboration that people profess to want. So I think that's a good idea.
Okay, is that all right? With consultation from the mayor?
Well, I think it'd be up to the council member, but if you want to make that motion with that amendment.
Yeah. I'll make a friendly amendment.
I'll accept the amendment.
I'll second then,
Okay,
as amended.
all right.
Councilmember Mullins?
I could see where it's going, so it's yes.
You can vote no if you want. I mean,
I want to make sure we adopt a policy.
we will.
Yeah.
So you can vote no if you want.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
In consultation with my colleagues, yes.
This way, Justin can't light City Hall blue his entire birthday month.
Yeah, right. I was thinking about maybe, can we install like floating pumpkins during Halloween? And no, okay.
You need a proclamation.
I think you need a budget amendment.
I do want to point out it's 11 o'clock. I don't know.
Mr. May, it's
close to
11
me.
o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, all right. We'll move past, yes? We're almost done
Yes.
anyways. All right. This is the time for council members to report on their council committee assignments. If we're in the mood, we can do both together, committee assignments and attending on conferences if you'd like. Yeah, go for it if you want. Yeah.
Oops, my mic is off. Well, this was October 4th. I attended the Thomas Edison Elementary School school day. I was walking with hundreds of students and parents. Also at St. Joseph Hospital, they had Circle of Caring lunch. I attended that. October 5th, Zonta International District 9 press release conference for ending child marriage. The vice mayor and council member Takahashi were there as well. Attended the Thank a Soldier community box packaging event. They did a great job. I believe they had 800 boxes that they boxed. A lot of people showed up to work, and as usual, it was very successful. Burbank Family Service Agency, where they acknowledged our own Miss Wilkie. So congratulations to her. And State of the City Luncheon. Also attended I'm going down the list, the Transportation Commission meeting. And today we attended the presentation by Assembly Member Friedman in giving $1.5 million for McCambridge Pool. So thank you.
I can go next. Although I did not attend the press conference for Zonta, I did on the 9th welcome the Zonchans to the city of Burbank at the start of their conference this year, which was very wonderful, happy to attend, and welcome my fellow Zonchans to Burbank. I also attended the Thank a Soldier event. Big shout out to the Boy Scout who made this his project. It was a phenomenal effort. And to the Realtors Association for putting it together. I know this was hard post-COVID, but they bounced back real quick. Also attended the State of the City luncheon. Congratulations on a great speech. And then that same day, we had a Board of Library Trustees meeting. However, it was canceled due to lack of quorum. We really need that board member. On Friday, October 13th, I attended a check presentation by Assemblymember Friedman to the ACF Bashir Mardosian Youth Center for $100,000, which will help them with their security, roofing, other fixtures, which they've been meaning to do, and it'll be great for our youth in the community who attend this center. I know they're very excited and very happy with that. And then on Monday, October 16th, along with Councilmember Takahashi, attended the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and they had a great discussion on, I'll mention plastics. I know there were other things, but I'll leave some to you. They had a conversation on the plastics ordinance that's coming back. They had a vote to send a letter to council with their thoughts in opposition. So we will see what happens down the pipeline when that comes down. And then I also attended today the check presentation for McCambridge Pool. As a former swim team member, I am so excited they'll have heating in that pool. Yeah. Burrows swim.
I'll go next. Don't ask to do an event with me now because I probably wouldn't even make it across the pool. Maybe I would. No. Back in the day, though. So in addition to the events and meetings that were already mentioned by my colleagues, a couple other things. On October 5th, I attended the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, Energy and Environment Committee, where we continued discussion about our regional plan for energy and environmental issues such as water and trees and transportation emissions, et cetera. So that's in the works. Also later that day, I was excited to be able to attend the ribbon cutting for Three Sisters Coffee on Magnolia, which is now my new coffee place. It's really cute in there. I highly recommend going by and picking up some coffee and other things. And let's see. Oh, and then another ribbon cutting, in addition with the Vice Mayor Schultz was there. The ribbon cutting for Bertain Escobar Wealth Management, just down the street here. And that was nicely attended. Oh, and the city treasurer was there. Crystal Palmer was there as well. And I also met, I don't have the date on me right now, but sometime between last council meeting and this one, I met with Mr. Scroggs, who's been who's been speaking at council members, and several of the other folks in the entertainment industry about his concerns regarding businesses and how they're being affected. And I connected them also with the Burbank Chamber. So I did make a warm introduction for them to talk to the chamber, and that went really well. It was a good meeting. So that's all I got.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go next. Try not to repeat anything that was already covered by my colleagues. Thursday, October 5th, attended my final Community Economic and Human Development Committee with SCAG. I'm going to be shifting to a new committee, and congrats to Councilmember Mullins, who will be taking that spot, representing the AVC JPA. And then, let's see here. Monday, October 9th, I had a meeting with Dr. Paramo and School Board Member Agakanian about a Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, which is something that we have talked about doing. We have a location at the adult school, and I think it's a topic that we will hopefully be discussing in our joint meeting with the school board, providing an update there. Wednesday, October 11th, I was happy to stand in the shoes of our mayor for the State of the City luncheon, and I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, I appreciated your willingness to work with me to get me ready for the event and to share your notes and your thoughts on it, so thank you for that partnership.
Absolutely.
Thursday, October 12th, APPA Policymakers Council, an update from Washington, D.C. Surprise, we still don't have a Speaker of the House, so your guess is as good as mine. I'd vote for Hakeem Jeffries, but that's my 2 cents. Then we had Friday, October 13th, the mayor and I spoke at the Leadership Burbank event, new class talking about the role of the mayor and about 5 minutes on how the vice mayor is not defined, but it's a position. So that was fun.
It is a job that exists.
It's like vice president. You have a pulse, you show up, you hope you're not called to duty. If you are, there we go. And then Monday, October 16th, I had another meeting with BUSD leadership about the state of their budget, different financing tools that they're exploring. So just really trying to jumpstart our partnership and collaboration in the year ahead. That evening with Councilmember Mullins, we were at Transportation Commission. They did provide an update on the Golden State specific plan, which I think is going to be, I think we're going to be at least receiving some kind of an update before the end of the calendar year on that. And then the draft Rancho Providencia neighborhood protection plan to account for all of that, to mitigate all the effects of Raising Cane's. I think that's also coming before the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's it. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right. From October 3rd through the 6th, I served at Stanley Moss Courthouse jury duty. So that was interesting and fun, and did my civic duty. It all worked out in the end. On the 7th, I was at the Walk of Fame induction. That was really fun. Monday the 9th, I attended the Burbank PFLAG. Had 4 new members show up to Burbank PFLAG this month. Looking good. Good turnout. Tuesday night, I met with the mayor of Incheon. We had dinner at Granville Cafe. He brought a bunch of his colleagues, and then his cousin, who lives in Monterey Park, showed up with his family. It was fun. It was a very fun night. Yeah, it was really great. Thursday the 12th, I attended the Great Wall of Love presentation at Woodbury University, where they had a giant installation of a blank wall canvas, and they allowed all the students to come and paint whatever their heart's content on the front and the back side. And it was in the spirit of love. That was the impetus for the painting. Great stuff. I got some pictures. Friday at 9 a.m., yeah, the Leadership Burbank event. That was really great. We talked about you the whole time. Okay. Immediately after that, I went to an event put on by the LA Federation of Labor called Summit on Poverty and Homelessness, and the keynote speaker was Reverend Barber, who does the Poor People's Campaign. He's just an amazing speaker. If you've never seen him speak live, it's incredible. Reverend Barber is amazing. And then that evening, we did the check, the $100,000 check from ACF. That was really nice. Sunday morning, I was at the Kiwanis golf ball drop. That was a great event, a little bit smaller than previous events, so people were kind of getting pelted by the golf balls, but it was okay. It was okay. Normally they do it in a bigger field. People were dodging the golf balls, but it's good though. It was someone won the $5,000. Monday the 16th, I met with the Burbank Nuclear Weapons Abolitionists Club. It's a bunch of high school students who are talking about nuclear weapons and what that could mean, especially with a lot of the conflicts happening around the world. This afternoon, I attended the Upper Los Angeles River and Tributaries Working Group meeting. There was a bunch of stuff on the agenda. The one note of importance, the Tatavamian Conservation Group of Indians is looking for more land to secure for their water rights. So that's interesting. And then there was another check presentation today at the swimming pool. Okay, that's great. Okay, now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Does anybody have anything to present?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to request that we have a report come to us in regards to SB 423, that we would have it prior to or on the first week of January for the adoption of SB 423. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll go last. No? I have two. One's just a white paper. Can I get a white paper on the last time Burbank participated in Ciclavia? And I'd like a first step report on the city of Burbank signing the Back from the Brink resolution, encouraging Congress and the president to sign a nuclear armistice with other nuclear power countries. Yeah?
Yeah, I have a couple things. Regarding the Little Theater we talked about earlier, I was wondering, I would like to agendize or do a report on possibly finding a way to utilize that space before the Isay Park plan is completed. I don't want to wait until the end, see if we can get that usable.
So we bring back a first step related to that?
Yeah, that'd be great, okay. The next thing, I don't know if this is an agenda item or just a request for staff, but something about Chandler Bike Path turning 20. Can we look at something to do with that? Making an event, working with Parks and Rec, just encouraging that. And I also received an email regarding gas leaf blowers. We talked about that. If we could just get a memo on the update on that, would be great. And that is it in my messy notes. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Those were literally all my items. Don't look at me.
I don't have an item. I just have a question. City manager, when are we doing our next mid-year budget review? I'm thinking of like opportunities to appropriate. Like, when is that coming up? Next month, I think.
It's coming. I mean, I don't think the mid-year. We'll probably be doing the first quarter in November, and
Okay.
then the mid-year would.
First quarter in November then. Okay, so if someone wanted to make an appropriation for something, that'd be a great opportunity to discuss it.
Sure.
Great, thank you.
All right. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, October 24th for a regular meeting in Council Chambers, 275 East Olive Avenue. All right, have a good night.